How's everybody today? Oh no. Fixed. Saved. Oh. Okay, it's good now. How's everybody doing today? It's time for some MSI finals.
Those for each of their teams. And coming into this one, our draft.
OG Alicia is always here for you. Thank you. Stealing your IPs. Please don't steal my IP. All right. Chill Sunday vibes. Evening in Europe, morning in America, or early afternoon, depending on where you are. Hanging out. Watching some League of Legends together. Why are we always late to draft? Why are we always late to draft? What the fuck is going on at this tournament? Why is draft always started?
Yeah, we definitely expected this because you have
Ari Talia bans, and do we go for the Chovy bans again? Do we do it again? Thank you for your sub. Stealing your IPs. How do you sleep with 2 kids? I am in America away from my kids, so I've been sleeping great. But the answer is you don't, obviously. Am I happy with the result? Of course. So Vayne going to be banned because we want to early pick a Cassante. We're not going to let Lehens have the Nautilus. The Nautilus Senna was a big part of it, but we're just going to take Senna Ornn again. Surely we're not just going to take Ornn here. No, we're going to take Lucian Nami. Then we're going to pick Ornn. We're going to pick Tom Kench into Lucian Nami. Oh, I hate it already. And we have to pick Cassante because we first round banned Vayne. So we are just going to take Bin's Twisted Fate, which has been very good. Oh man, I really don't like the Tom Kench incident that happened in T1 versus BLG. Makes me very sad.
But I think the biggest thing is that with both the mid laners having foregoing their picks,
We'll see. We'll see about this Thomas Kench. I mean, it's good into Twisted Fate, right? You can eat people before he gold guards them. You can eat people during culling. Like, it's not a bad pick. It's just that T1 didn't have any other form of engage, and when you take Cassante, he's not a form of primary engage. And also, weirdly, we're banning Sejuani, because here's a form of primary engage that Canyon fucking loves. We're banning the Nidalee. I don't think Nidalee's going to be picked here. I don't think Nidalee's going to be picked here. Anyway. But the reason why they banned Sejuani is because the Nidalee's banned, and they're thinking R4 Sejuani, and they don't have a jungle counter pick. Nidalee's very strong into Sejuani in the jungle, and now we're going to ban Maokai. So we banned both of our primary engage jungle champs. So what the fuck are we doing? Oh my god, Canyon's doing a Canyon. All right, so Karthus has been very powerful in solo queue. Karthus has been very powerful in solo queue, guys. And we're blinding Yone. Okay, Yone is the form of primary engage. What the fuck is this comp? I don't even like this comp from Gen G. Did I catch the game live? No.
Big step forward for Gen G. Karthus, Yone together. The response from BLG might just have to be.
I mean, the all-in potential from BLG or Gen G is huge, but like, I mean, it's kind of lull, right? Like, what the fuck, man? You have to lane swap if you're Gen G too. You want to lane swap, and like Karthus wants to just power farm.
It could be anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I look, man. I think BLG's comp makes a lot more sense. Thank you for the gift. I don't read Chinese, so I can't read your name. But thank you for the tier 1 gift sub. That's very nice of you. Thanks for the analysis. A little contribution from you. Thank you. Oh, The Lost Apprentice. There you go. You do actually have an English name as well. Thank you very much.
much damage available.
What do you plan to stream now that MSI is over? Well, guys, I need to take a few days off to get my LV Mercy. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Basically, I need to take a few days off to get my shit together and do some extra additional work and then get back to Korea. I'm leaving for Korea on Thursday. And then I am trying to get my stuff ready to do cooking streams when I get back to Korea. So you guys better watch because it's going to take a lot of effort for me. Like the amount of shit I have to bring back, you know, the amount of, you can't see it, guys, but like, so I am bringing back additional lights, 3 additional cameras, an HD, the Blackmagic Atom Mini Pro ISO switcher, a brand new USB-C high-speed hard drive to record 4 camera feeds at the same time, you know, Stream Deck XL, all of my audio interfaces, Rode wireless microphones, an Elgato prompter so I can reach Twitch chat during the cooking stream. I swear to God, guys, my cooking streams are so technically advanced, it is fucking unreal. But it's going to be, it is high effort, all right? I'm not shipping them. I'm bringing them. It'll be fine. I'll bring them on the plane with me. Maybe the format video. Yes, I hear you, Nordic Geyser. I hear you. So I will be doing cooking streams. If you guys saw the original round of cooking streams, you will know they were crazy, like live production, four cameras switching around, Twitch chat interaction galore. But yeah, I will be doing some of those cooking streams, and we'll see how they go. We will see how they go. We'll make a hard run. Do you think joining martial arts is a good way to meet new friends post-pandemic? Yes, because people are very respectful in martial arts gyms. And you have to have a level of trust with people. Will I be cooking and baking or just one or the other? My oven in Korea, there aren't really ovens in Korea, so my baking is going to be kind of limited, guys. I'm also a shit baker. Just to be clear. Why are there no ovens in Korea? Look, man, because Koreans don't bake at home. That's why. That's the answer. Is like everything is done. You know, everything is done in Korea on a stovetop. That's just how Korean food is made. So a lot of people don't have need for ovens. Please only use. I do have an air fryer, and people in Korea also have air fryers, which are mini convection ovens anyway, right? I'll be making all kinds of food, not just Korean food, guys. All kinds of food. Well, you don't need to do tabletop barbecue because I can just do it on a stove. I can make I can make anything, but yeah, I will be doing that. Is the answer. I'll be in the cooking streams if you cook like Keen cooks other top laners. I'm the Keen of cooking. Don't worry. Well, the rest of these be in the YouTube descriptions. So I think this is going to be kind of a trial run. And then after Worlds, I think I'll have more time to plan out exactly what the cooking content looks like. My goal is to maybe have a website that has recipes and stuff like that on it. And like pantry ingredients, you know, recommendations for equipment. And so, yes, like ideally what I want to do is I want to give you guys the recipes in advance so you can cook along with me while I'm cooking. And then once we're done with the live stream, we'll edit it down to a shorter form YouTube video. And then we'll do like TikToks and YouTube shorts and everything out of that as well. All right, let's go. So basically, guys, I think I prefer BLG's draft here. Like, Bin has been such a good Twisted Fate. He has a favorable matchup. You know, if we get normal lanes here, I think it's pretty advantageous to BLG. Knight is playing Nico, but we have really strong primary engage. We've got RFC Gold card. You know, we have Xin Zhao. We have Nico. I said coming into this series that I thought Genji should ban the Xin Zhao because I think it's just such a key champion for Jun. And they play so well around the zoning created by Xin Zhao ultimate. But, you know, they're going to have decent range here, and this is so all in, but there's no primary engage besides Yone ult. And that is a committal engage, guys. That is a committal engage. So I guess like maybe Yone and Karthus just suicide into the enemy team and Cassante cleans up. I mean, it's great that Keen has Cassante, just purely on individual stuff. Remember that Chovy is currently on a 14-game win streak across like 2 years. On Yone, right? So, but they also can't split. I mean, the Yone will be able to split probably in the late game, but doing like a 4-1 split feels really weird. And also, Keen is a mega Cassante player, right? So we're going to have to watch this one. This is definitely, like, I love to see experimentation in game 1 of a best of 5, particularly the final. Super fun. This feels like a Canyon champion, obviously. He's back to his AP farming roots. I guess logic with this Karthus pick, it would be the ult lets you Yone or Cassante match the TF in the side lanes. I don't think the Cassante can match in the side lanes. That's the problem. It's just the Yone.
That would be ideal, and they're going to go for a possible late invade. They do have a sweeper ready to use.
On stepping up, sweeps, sees Lehens in the brush. Bit of poke with the Ardent Blaze, but not enough. Minor gold lead.
But yeah, the Karthus has been really strong in solo queue, guys, especially in Korea. Like if you've actually looked for the past like 3 months at the usage rate of like he has like a 55% win rate in Diamond Plus Korean solo queue.
Stealing away a Raptor here or there would be really, really big, and that is something that the mid lane will help out with.
So we'll see. I mean, there is a big split push threat here from Chovy, you got to say, with the Karthus and the Senna.
I really do think this is the right call for Genji. Go for the lane swap so they could.
Yeah, they need the lane swap. They need the lane swap so they get the lane swap. We don't actually see BLG trying to call the lane swap here. You know, I don't know if they care that much because they probably care more about being in standard lanes once the Lucian Nami hit 3.
And I really do here or there, so you can start tracking the respawn of the
God, Chovy's taking fleet footwork on this Yone again. It's so crazy that he just blinds Yone and then takes fleet footwork. I mean, it's obviously very good for lane, but it does limit your damage output in the late game if you don't have lethal tempo. But I guess we have Dark Harvest Karthus, so it's fine. He's going to do a bazillion damage. Did Genji draft enough pushing lanes for Karthus? No. They actually, that's why the Karthus pick is weird here, because they should be like getting pushed in all their lanes in theory. If they don't get a lane swap here, I think it's just a complete clusterfuck. I actually think the lane swap is so, like, the TF into the Cassante is obviously an issue. So Keen walks up, he gets 0 XP, but he gets his health bar chunked out. He just gets to walk back to lane though, because they're waiting for the wave to crash.
Chovy is 100% aware that this is happening. And as a result, even the Ghost goes for flash.
Yeah, he if he doesn't flash there, he gets rooted by Nico.
That is a very big trade up in summoner spells, especially because those top laners.
Are we gonna try and dive the Cassante? Okay, here's the third wave coming in right now.
Gonna come on down here and add the extra pressure for the 3-on-1 dive.
Oh, and Keen doesn't have a whole lot of tools, wasn't able to get a lot of experience due to the early ignite from Elk, and might be in deep trouble here.
Red card to take.
Okay, why'd he take a... So he took turret aggro, ESW. Alright, so...
Oh, and Keen Doesn't have a whole lot of tools. Wasn't able to get a lot of experience due to the early ignite from Elk. And might be in deep trouble here.
So he takes turret aggro, but he takes it too early, so he just takes turret shot for free. But the red card onto the tower to get guaranteed aggro is a very interesting idea.
Waiting for a bit more time. Good initial damage coming in for Elk. Key getting lower and lower. Nice gold card. He started Pathmaker level 1. Elk getting healed.
This is also the problem, is that when you're playing Karthus, you just literally can't help in this situation. You're just trying to, like, power farm. Did he lock in the wrong card? No. No, I don't think so. He locked in red card to auto the tower, because I think he wanted to take aggro. But Elkin, there was a miscommunication probably where Elkin on were not quite ready because there's still 2 low minions left. So I think because the red card guarantees the stun from range, and if Keen walks back, so if Keen walks, it's kind of clever actually. If Keen walks back here, the red card still slows him. So I don't think it was a mistake. I mean, it was a mistake that he took the tower shot, but I don't think the red card was a mistake. I haven't seen that before, though. I think he was just a little early. Okay, we're at a proxy farm in the top side, though, so we're losing the entire wave in top side as Bin just comes here with the turret. Yeah, the red card is just to poke him before the dive. Yeah, he accidentally took the tower shot, though. It's also possible that that's the case. I do think the red card was deliberate, though. Karthus gank, so good.
For Canyon is what he was looking for. You do see the clear speed advantage Karthus is going to have, and is only going to get worse throughout the game. It's a double win for BLG, though, because one, they get the dive, which in of itself is nicely done. Keen overstepping crucially, but also they were on the bottom half of the map, so it's a lot easier for them to get plates. They also have the TF, who actually...
Yes, I think they purposely gave the kill to TF. Yes, because they want him to have a lead on Cassante. Yes, that's absolutely it, I think. But Bin also still down a level because he was sharing XP in a tri-lane, whereas Keen did get some of that XP in the bot side, right? But now the wave is so let's take a look at wave states. Wave is slow pushing out this way in the top side. We're farming down here. We've allowed our Tom Kench to get some pretty good farm already. Keen's going to be able to catch this wave. Karthus is going to be able just to keep farming this way.
For bottom side Scuttle Crab as well.
And this is really when BLG are the most terrifying, when On and Shun are free to kind of group up. Something that was very muted by how dominant Canyon was in the previous performance. Karthus, of course, similar to the Nidalee, really happy to power farm, but the early impact much diminished by the Karthus pick.
Karthus also ideally would love to have his lanes be in a decent spot. Actually get fired out of the others. Knight gets taken so low.
And this is so difficult now because Chovy with a health advantage also has a sustain advantage because of the fleet, and this is pre-back. Once he goes back and buys boots too, this gets infinitely harder.
Chovy also denied the cannon there tonight too. He couldn't quite get back up to the cannon minion, so big health trade, also denying every little bit of CS they possibly can. Bin, meanwhile, crashing the wave on top side as we get the cinematic dragon arrival. I really do want to see the mini-map, though.
Yeah, that is a really shitty thing to do. Like, we don't need to look at the dragon spawning. We need to look at the mini-map.
I do love the dragon.
Gets the people fired up. It's Year of the Dragon. Knockback. And the pullback.
The reason I wanted to see the mini-map is to track the reset here, because you're on the reset timing for Pays, and Genji are sending him up to the top side for the grubs.
Canyon has just been power farming, also picked up an early Dark Seal. Level 6 going to be the big spike here. Will his lanes actually be able to have any pressure in that 1v1 so they can use the ult? Threaten objectives.
I think this is pretty good because they got the teleport from Chovy with full HP off of a buy. They have
yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't use Dagda in these finals. Really surprised, considering they have 0 LPL casters at the event, and like at least Dagda used to be an LPL caster, but it is fucking criminal that we didn't get Chronicler, Dagda, or I mean, obviously the best one is like, why didn't we just get an LPL caster? But like, what the fuck, man?
Early impact on the roams, but it buys Genji a little bit more time. As Shun is looking for some early impact here. Will got spotted, but being able to dash away, not going to be in too much threat. And Canyon, meanwhile, is taking the grubs.
Good discipline on the top side of the map to spot Shun before they try to go for any aggressive play, but Elkanon left alone to just continuously assault this tower. It is traded for the grubs on top side. Canyon shredding through those pretty quickly, and for now ahead.
I hear they were talking about Shogun Season 2 and 3. I know, it's so fucking tragic, dude.
And he actually soaks up
I
so
just
much
don't even
damage
under. They literally had the perfect ending to that show. Why would we make more? It's over.
I have to see as well, as soon as 6 is available, Lands
So
might
depressing.
get into trouble, gives Elk a lot more effective range, and even with pace roaming around, obviously gonna feel great for Keen, who was really struggling in that matchup, but it does mean that this turret towards the bot side of the map is really taking a beating.
Another TP rapidly reassigning lanes here. See where Ben wants to go next as he is also resetting. Elkanon really want to get this wave in, but Keen has the health advantage, so he's just going to continue to walk up. Pathmaker going in, just dashing out, buying as much time as he can. He got the Aftershock proc, but now Elk wants to finish. Q3 coming out, and Tofu Strike's not going to connect. Flash forward on! Bloodthirsty support, you love to see it.
And Keen!
Time as he can, he got the Aftershock proc, but to go next as he is also resetting. Elkanon really want to get this wave in, but Keen has the health advantage, so he's just going to continue to walk
Oops.
up. Pathmaker going in, just dashing out, buying as much time as he can. He got the Aftershock proc.
He gets hit by Bubble.
Coming out, and Tofu Strike's not going to connect. Flash forward on! Bloodthirsty walk up. Pathmaker going in, just dashing out, buying as much time as he can. He got the Aftershock proc, but now Elk wants to finish. Q3 coming out, and Tofu Strike's not going to connect. Flash forward on!
Find some anime way to revive Mariko since she was the favorite character. Yeah, exactly. Like, so bad.
He's playing into the 1v2, and even without mana, Keen has been put so far behind already. Now 0-2. He was one of the most dependable members of Gen G, particularly on the Cassante.
About to watch a rival. Yeah, Rival's great, man.
Main pick, all summoner spells used by the BLG bottom lane in that endeavor, though. So maybe Gen G can try.
All the Villeneuve movies we watched except for Dune were sick.
Here with no summoner spells, but this, yeah, just underestimating the damage, and it's all about on. It really is all about the support because he lands the bubble to keep him in place.
Yeah, mistake by Keen though.
Immediately after that bubble lands,
It's actually amazing they had it. I think he sees that their mana's. I think Keen's calculus here is that he sees their mana is like super low. I think he thinks he can win this trade because neither of them have any mana, but they have just enough mana to do what they need to do, and Elk is willing to commit the flash. But the other side of that, guys, is that he did trade Ghost for like 4 subs. So here's the thing. They're very vulnerable now. Yeah, Prisoners is great. Karthus also hit 6 right before that all in by Keen. Oh, yeah. That's true. They may have been looking for that play, that timing. Yeah, but they're not anywhere close to being that low. He might have also thought that Karthus might show up out of the bot side.
So maybe Gen G can try and look on the bright side and try and punish the Lucianami here with no summoner spell range.
Really trying to just skill check the opposition in that context. And in a composition that scales so well, you have to wonder if it's the right call. Ultimately, giving a bit of an edge to the side of Elk, and Elk now feeling pretty empowered.
Yeah, the thing is they have no sums now, and they have to lane against, Flash Cleanse Flash from Pays and Lehens. So there is an opportunity to actually get some shit done here if you're Gen G.
Now, the one thing, as you point out, On gets the kill, so Elk not going to gain as much power as they otherwise would have been able to. You see as well.
Pays pretty far to behind in Souls, though. We haven't seen the... You remember we talked a lot yesterday about roaming Sennas with BLG and T1 and getting Souls, right? Because they had actually figured... He got 3s. He gets a bunch right there. But in any case, like, it's problematic because, you're at 9 minutes and you want to have 40 Souls by 10 ideally. And, Guma and Elk were like actually hitting those numbers yesterday just by roaming, but we haven't seen that this game. It's mostly just been the Senna locked into the Tahm Kench lane. And if you don't trade on champions a lot, you just don't get Souls. And they didn't get Souls because in the top side they were in a 2v0 and they were just proxying the wave. So Pays' Senna's kind of far behind as a result. This looks more like what we saw from Senna earlier in the tournament.
Eating up 1,000 gold lead basically, even with the Tahm Kench having the slight little bit of extra gold down there, soaking up experience, trying to keep this tower alive desperately. It's still on its last legs.
Do take note as well how much vision there is for Elkanon to really enable them to play as aggressive as possible, use the pressure of this Lucianami to play up to the turret continuously, and they are making great use of it.
I think we definitely have to keep our eyes on the first possible Karthus ultimate play here from Canyon. Canyon is farmed up quite nicely in the jungle right now and coming towards mid lane over a ward.
Shun. Wall of Pain hits him, just a slow, nice sidestep on the Skittle. But meanwhile, play just gonna fizzle. They don't want to overcommit into a Yone with ultimate. Keen though, getting aggressive on the top side. Has the
Oh, he's
shot,
ulting.
doing so much work. Bin flashing away, pulling out the gold card. But there's the Karthus ultimate. Keen not gonna be able to.
And the Sentinels. This is great. I love this coordination. This is so funny. Didn't they have Leandries yet, though?
Not going to start the snowball here for Gen G as BLG make their way over to deny the 6 grubs here for Gen G. Picked up the first free, but second free, I don't think they can approach with this Lucianami here.
And it's huge. The first Karthus ultimate is over 2 minutes long cooldown. So to only get a single Dark Harvest stack off of that, Bin did a really good job there, escaping, just has to dodge a little bit of the Senna ultimate to make sure that it doesn't go over, and that is a very big cooldown in the early game.
Particularly because you're also looking for early ultimate hunter stacks, right? Canyon did go that, meaning that every time he gets an assist, up to the 5 individual members of BLG.
One your opinion on why hypercarry champs like Jinx, Zeri weren't priority even though we had lane swap meta? I mean, itemization for Jinx wasn't that strong, and Zeri, this MSI has been like a ranged battle a lot of the time, and so Zeri doesn't fit in well, I don't think, with the current meta. She's too low range.
Just continues to power farm. 16 CS lead, 4 camps extra, and should, if he knows he's isolated in the 1v1, might be able to get something. Also,
there has been a lot of early skirmishing. Also, you know, lane swaps have involved like objective clears, because you remember the Void Grubs are more important on this patch. Yeah, Jinx also loses to poke. Jinx also loses to a lot of the backline access that we've seen. Like, you don't want to play Jinx into some of the backline lockdown that we've seen, like Jarvan, Rumble, Ornn.
Chovy also hasn't really been involved in a whole lot of action on the map.
But it's okay. Next patch, I think Jinx is already pretty strong on live, right? Yeah, Camille, there's another one. Yep. Twisted Fate. Because the thing is, Twisted Fate will just ult right into the backline and gold card you. Yep, Zach. Yeah, you guys get it. It's really hard to play Jinx into a lot of the meta champs. Yone, I mean, even in this game, Yone, Nico, fucking Nami, Xin Zhao, all these champs, TF, all these champs suck to play Jinx.
From that duo in mid lane. So I think this one should just be pretty easy for BLG.
You love this draft from Gen G. I don't, man. I think it's so whack. It doesn't have like a form of primary engage. Like, you're basically just attacking side lanes with Senna and Karthus ult. I mean, if you can get the Yone super far ahead and the Yone just becomes an unpunishable split push threat, then maybe. But I think it's super janky in team fight in 5v5 team fights.
BLG though, this is that strong point. Can they find the fight? Can they find the angle?
I mean, the scaling is obviously crazy. Like Karthus Senna scaling is bonkers. But BLG's doing the right stuff, right? They're playing around. Okay, we're just gonna TP into the top side. Bin pops Ghost. He's out.
Ghosting out. Chovy trying to cover the escape route, but ghosting TF is damn fast. Unbound Soul wants the Q3 for the knockup to interrupt the Destiny, but has to snap.
Wow, Bin's so good, man. He can't hold out.
For another 8 seconds. 7 counting down. And Pays is going to get curl credit. Bin, nice sidestep trying to turn it back, but that's the Requiem. Sing a song for Bin. Is he out? But he's out! He's out!
Jesus Christ. Oh! Bin's so good, though. He almost gets out of that. That's so crazy. That was so fun to watch.
I think Canyon also used his ultimate there.
He did.
But he did.
Yeah, Canyon. I mean, they used to. It's not worth it, guys. Like, Bin basically ghosted around, and they had to use everything to commit to that. They never punished Elkanon for using all 4 sums to kill Keen.
That time around wasn't going to make the same mistake twice he did in the top lane. And
that's a heavy investment, though, because they do use the 2 ultimates. Yes, they get the kill on Bin, but he does waste a lot of time. And as a result, BLG get both the Dragon and immediately the Herald as well. And BLG again...
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is they get the Drake, and that cross-map play kind of went sideways because now there's no pressure, so they can just take Herald. They can just grab the Herald. So you actually lose 2 objectives in trade for 1 kill, but you use all of your ults, all of your crucial cooldowns. They're going to be really close to taking this Herald now. Yeah, you lose mid turret. This is really actually quite bad.
League of Legends. Mid tower opens up the jungle to those wards, opens up your team to the possibility of getting picked off when you're trying to.
Oh my god, it didn't take it down.
Particularly with Lucianami, one of the big reasons why this combo has been so insanely powerful in pro play for so long is the ability to very quickly get control of mid wave, and if anyone ever steps up particularly well at a turret, you can take it down as Jovi. Will be fine, but the turret still going to go down for BLG.
I mean, they get top turret. They didn't get mid though. It's hanging by a thread.
Lane King. And this escape was almost miraculous. If he had just been able
I
to
used 3 ults to get this kill. Use Chovy's ult too. He has to snap back with Unbound Soul. FaZe can't duel him. FaZe 2 levels down, and he's a fucking fasting Senna, so he can't duel him.
Gold card. He's not going to die to the Karthus ultimate, and he just goes for the port out, but FaZe immediately turns around.
That's so funny. FaZe just 180 no scopes him. That's really funny. I enjoyed seeing that replay. That was a great play.
I mean, you love to see it, right? Confidence from FaZe. Again, a member we didn't expect a lot from in the context of the series. He was supposed to be one of the weaker points, but FaZe doing okay at surviving. Elk is still a big problem we can see as the tower will fall, opening so much more of the map for BLG to play through.
And one of the main questions, I think, is going to be this priority on the Kench specifically. We saw the Ornn be so much more successful in the previous games. We saw the Nautilus was banned, which I think was a great shout from BLG. I think that combo in particular is insanely tough to deal with. But the Ornn seemed like a much better second option, and we saw even...
Yeah, I agree with Chronicler here. The Ornn pick would change my opinion pretty drastically, guys. Because then you would have actually some form of primary engage for the follow-up from Yone and Karthus. But how do you get Karthus into a team fight? I think it just limits the way you can play this composition. And who is Tahm Kench supposed to save here? What's his purpose? Ornn was not banned. Nautilus was banned.
Quick flash out, gold card lock. Chovy already burned the soul on down. Flash follow, but the wind becomes lightning. Chovy might be in trouble. The Q3 out, and the TP coming in to try to save the day. Ben wants to take down Chovy, but there's Keen to body block. Ben over.
Favorite Sergio Leone film, Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, is one of my favorite films of all time. Wow. That's such a crazy TP. Nice tidal wave too.
Ben tries to go Giga, but instead gets met by Genji. Chovy.
Gotta say, diving versus Karthus ult and Senna ult is a choice. Like, why are we diving versus Senna and Karthus ult? That's just stupid. Karthus popped ult right there. You couldn't see it.
Chovy stays alive. A lot invested there. With the flash on Chovy's ultimate, they see an opportunity to turn, but Shun also...
Finn probably kills Chovy here if he doesn't auto turret. I don't know about that. The Senna ult might have saved him. He gets so many. She gets shield from K'Sante too. It's close. It's definitely close. Well, the question is he? He's not in range. He's not in range. It's not a choice though. That's the thing. Bin isn't in range to auto Chovy, so he wouldn't have got this turret auto. I don't think he's in range to auto Chovy, so I don't think it matters. It's empowered auto? I don't think so. Didn't he use his RFC auto earlier? Does he have another empowered auto there? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, I guess he would have died. Ah, well. The empowered E? Yeah. Yeah, it's his stack deck. I get you. He auto from health from fleet. Yeah, I don't know if he needed the movement speed. He was already ghosted, guys. He was already ghosted.
4-1 split push. Chovy back out to the side lane.
Look, I just don't think it's a good play. Like the fact that you shouldn't play so aggro. Like one of the only, I think, you know, when Gen.G doesn't have primary engage, one of their win conditions is you running into them while they have Senna ult and Karthus ult up. You know what I mean? So I just don't like the play in theory. Like with the theory that these compositions are running, BLG doesn't need to dive to win this game. They just need to control Drakes, right? It's all right. Jovi's flash is down, so, and the ghost is down for Keen, so maybe mission successful. Like the thing about it is that you took some pretty crucial sums away. Dude, Tahm Kench is such ass. I fucking hate this champ in this tournament.
Still big win here for BLG. They remain in control of the river. Lahens can TP back, of course, with a full health.
Man, it's such a bummer for BLG that this is a Chemtech soul.
Gen.G really want to contest for this.
Set up there, Shun. Seems laser focused on the dragon. Has marked up Pays. Are they just willing to flip it? Double bubble.
Nice bubble.
But Keen frontlining as he needs to. Ben using the ultimate. Where's he going to go? Drake taken down by the side of BLG. Gen.G.
He's gonna go to bot lane. He just used it to see them in banana.
But they want to turn it back on Knight. Empowered blast cone gets him out.
Lahens had to go back to base and then use TP to go back in, so they get it.
Hits the smite on the objective, and then Bin immediately deletes the bottom minion wave there. The Twisted Fate ultimate used to get out side lane pressure once again. So after yoinking the objective,
If this was an Ornn, I would have really liked Gen.G's comp. I just don't think this comp is good.
Their engage isn't that strong. As we're taking a look at the play here, Bin, I don't even
Bin,
know.
nice
I think
sidestep.
he might have gotten hit by that. Doesn't want to run the risk. Flashes, and then here they really commit extremely hard. And yes, they get Chovy's flash, but I think they should have left it at that. Maybe the call was we're not going to make it out, so Bin tries to trade.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Really wanted to get that kill onto Chovy, but also with the Senna ultimate coming through there, Chovy stands tall, and so
Yeah, you can actually see it here better because when he has these little cards around him, that means his next auto is empowered, guys.
And then here they really commit
So it's every third auto. So you can see it comes up right here.
But I think they should have left it at that. Maybe the call was we're not going to make it out, so Bin tries to trade.
Yeah, he really wanted to get that kill onto Chovy, but also with the Senna ultimate coming through there, Chovy stands tall, and so do the hopes of Gen.G in this game. BLG standing in a really, really good spot here in game number 1, but Chovy definitely will be the hope here for Gen.G, will have the possibility to be that difference maker.
And we've talked a lot about this tournament, about the different Drakes, but against a Karthus, Chemtech Soul, it's never going to feel bad. He's always ulting when you're below the threshold. Anything you can do to survive will be significant, but obviously Elk still feels like he's putting himself in the position alongside Bin to be the big carry in this game 1. Of course, Chovy has been, as always, Chovying, farming up, but delayed a bit of his early spikes to get that QSS, to be safe in the side lane. And now Gen.G taking some control around the top side.
And Elk's Lucian is nasty. This guy is so slick with it. We'll get to see how offensive.
I don't know who wins this game, guys.
Chunking out enemy health
I don't feel good about Gen.G here. I really don't.
The advantage in setting up for objectives, and when you've got the support of the Twisted Fate ultimate,
Like, I get that we have this Karthus, and I get that he's scaling, but it's going to take some fucking side lane miracles. Chovy also had to take QSS.
to push this lead home.
He's taking QSS into on.
Big issues, and we saw it a little bit in the last fight as well, is that so there's a lack of engage. In of itself, if you have a lot of poke, you can kind of counteract that. That isn't really the case. And BLG obviously are a pretty short-range composition, so they're going to be looking to play into you. But if BLG is to the objective first and forces you to walk into them, basically all pressure is going to be on Chovy to find a big ultimate, or Keen to find a
I agree with Chronicler.
to that enemy backline, because without that, actually
They're not even getting that much split pushing done, honestly.
That's why Lahens goes in.
It's so hard for Gen.G to get control of vision, so they can
KMT lol, thank you for your tier 1 sub. I appreciate you.
on the mid tower of BLG.
How do you avoid the social media bombardment of spoilers? Here, I'll give you a key, Real Zenith. I'm asleep.
Onto their mid tower. They have so many defenses.
And then I wake up, and then I turn on my stream and review the VOD.
Push out mid, then take over jungle.
Elk farming about 100 extra first strike gold there, just continuing to cement his lead in this game. 3-point K individual lead. He is compared to a Senna who's not farming. But
And then I just don't look at social media until after I'm done with this stream.
and it is tricky.
Radian, how can I be bullied by social media if I don't look at it?
Yone in general, once you get out of lane phase, it's so hard to reliably have Q3 up in a team fight. If you have to open an ult with Fate Sealed, we already saw Ben sidestep it once.
Besides, oftentimes, sometimes that, you know, that's how I know what the series result is, but I don't know what the individual game results are, right? So I see the tweet about X team winning, but I don't know, you know, which games they won in the series.
You're not winning those short trades, and we're not going to be to the point where Pace actually is a threat on this Senna, only sitting at just shy of 60 souls. Whereas we see, look at Knight with his build, also going for the Leandries, because one of the big things we've seen with Lucian Army in particular is they can struggle to take down this Cassante. Not only is Keen behind, but he's also playing into a Last Whisper here for Elk already. Assume that's going to be Lord Dobbs.
Elk is so huge too, and he can just poke out indiscriminately. You know, we talked also about throughout this tournament about how to deal with Lucian. And it's very hard to deal with Lucian if he can just indiscriminately walk forward without any kind of punishment. There's no Nautilus, there's no Vi, there's no gold card from Twisted Fate to punish the Lucian. He just gets to walk up for free, basically.
The Nami placing control wards in preparation for it, and you'll keep on seeing this like 40-second to 30-second timer where they reset, grab their second wave of wards, and then come right back for the dragon ahead of time.
Definitely doing everything they can to fight for control.
A possible, you know, counterplay for Gen G. You could sacrifice and just try and burn when.
Okay, we're just gonna play around this soul right now.
As you guys keep on highlighting.
I don't think giving up Chemtech Soul matters too much for Gen G. Like, I don't think that's what's gonna cause them to win or lose this game. But they just haven't been able to get any traction on the map, and they're constantly like they have no engage, and they're just constantly playing in here. It feels so weird. Kane's gonna have to flash into him probably. Okay, guard this ult. Ben dies. Let's watch Knight here. Alright, Bin's ghosting on the flank. He gets a gold card onto Paze immediately. He just deletes Paze even through Flash and Exhaust. Paze only has 60 stacks at 24 minutes. That feels incredibly bad. No, Bin doesn't survive. He's got Leandry's burn on him. He's 100% dead. Bin's standing in the Malignance proc, though. I think he dies regardless, though, guys. I think he dies no matter what. Even if he runs out of Malignance proc there, I think he dies.
The Dragon Soul for BLG, and they win the team fight. Bin was able to assassinate Paze on the bottom side there, and they just decimate them.
Normally, Canyon smites are something you can trust, but Sean getting the better hand of him twice now. The power of this TF as well, if anyone even slightly separates, it's so hard as the steal comes in, and Paze is forced away into the waiting arms of Bin by Knights.
Canyon spit back out. I don't know if I think this is the play, guys. I think Lehens fucks this up. He needs to eat Paze. Why is he eating Karthus? Who cares? Who cares if Karthus dies? You know what I mean? He's literally knocked up by Knight, and then he spits Karthus out, but Karthus literally just walks around and dies anyway. He needed to be protecting Paze from the gold card on the flank. That's actually really badly played by Lehens, I think. He would have died anyway from Leandry's, I'm pretty sure. But Paze was not in range to be eaten. Well, maybe Lehens should be standing next to Paze, shouldn't he? Why are we trying to stand next to Karthus? He's marking the wrong target. They know Bin is on the flank, guys. They know he's on the flank. Look at Lehens. He runs around in a circle. He saves Karthus, but I mean, he should be next to Pays.
On the outside there, pins him in, and just with 3 autos, the gold card, and then chunks him down, got the flash too. Then look at this. Min also runs back onto a Malignance. But it's fine. Job done. They got what they came for here, and BLG in a commanding position.
But you really, I think if you're taking the Tahm Kench, saving the Karthus doesn't make any sense. You have to play around the flank from Bin. Because Bin's going to flank or he's going to be in the back line. It's Karthus. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with this comp. The lack of primary engage is fucking devastating. Senna at how many stacks? 64. It's terrible. It's so bad compared to the Elk and Gumayushi stacking we saw yesterday. But it was a product of the lane swap, you know. They opted into this lane swap. It gave Pays nobody to harass in lane early, so he spent the first, like, 10 minutes not getting any souls, basically. Okay, we're just throwing. BLG's just throwing. They get engaged on by a fucking Abyssal Voyage from a Tahm Kench that they know is there. Jun just walks up, presses W for no reason. He literally W's for no reason. Then he gets eaten. Then they just wait out his ult and kill him. What the fuck, man? Well, I guess it's just free Baron.
They've got to force. They still have Chovy's ultimate here. So Yone is like their possibility of a turn. Shouldn't be stolen. But
I was wrong. This comp is genius. All you have to do is wait for somebody to get Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyage on, and then you eat them. Chovy actually dodges the ult there from Knight. I actually hate that Genji might win this game. I think this is criminal. I mean, it's going to be a problem now because now they have to deal with side lane Yone with Baron buff. Yone actually works really well now. Do you not win regardless with Genji's comps? No! You don't just like, look, if it was just pick scaling win game, like, look at this. The problem is that, like, look, you get the soul. If this hadn't been a Chemtech soul, I think it's a lot easier for BLG to win this. But even so, like, what the fuck is Jun doing? Jun just got picked off for no reason. He got picked off because he literally wanted to hit his Jin W. Look at this. He's like trying to W them while they do his ward, and then he gets caught out, and fucking Bin is trying to recall in the top side. Bin doesn't have ult. Like, why are they playing so far forward? Bin has no ult to make this play. It's just terrible by Jun. And it's right next to Baron, too. It's literally right next to Baron.
They still have Chovy's ultimate here. So Yone is like their possibility of a turn. Shouldn't be stolen, but can they win the fight?
Bin also doesn't have ult to see them up until Baron is halfway down. He pops it as soon as it's available. Chovy's zoning them out. He has to ult into the pit. He actually buffers the gold card. That's really nice of him. Knight dies before the ult can go off. Chovy just lifesteal tanking.
And they're chasing down a little bit more here, but focusing on finally getting this mid lane turret. Elk is still
Q3 sidestep, that's clutch. Requiem, not a lot of damage.
They can't get it. They can't get it. The resets have come in. Shun is back and alive. They have to respect Elkanon's presence here. Genji call it off, but they've made such a big comeback play here in just getting that pick and getting the Baron for themselves.
All starts with Shun, and we kept talking Lahens. He might be one of the guys that needs to find the angle. And it's
also, thank you for the donation. I just saw that. Sorry. Bloodnix, since Bonjour was originally a term for players successful in Korea, if you were only looking at Western League of Legends, is there any player you would say qualifies as a Western Bonjour? Caps, yeah. I would say Caps. You know, honestly, Bjergsen maybe, if you were just counting NA too. Right? Yankos maybe?
And I want to further emphasize how important that timing was to get that pick. because Gen.G also have a very rough time in
Good question, though. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you.
But they just force the pick on mid, and then they're able to turn it into something here. Let's see if they can actually get down this mid tower, though. The defense here from BLG has been good.
Pays 76 souls, approaching the 80 break point. 80 extra range will help the siege a little bit, but this is a team that is going to struggle in these extended plays and the extended sieges. They don't have that reliable control mage wave clear. Canyon can fill in that gap as best he can. Nice wall of pain to try to push them back off the tower. Pays continuing to accumulate souls. Not a lot is going to come from this Baron, but surely at least the tier 1 will drop. BLG, though, don't want to give it up without a fight.
And keep your eyes on the side lanes. The pushing side lanes for BLG. Once again, Bin is able to push that one all the way into secondary turret, so Chovy has to go answer it and clean it up. Plus, they already had built up a big wave on bottom side, also applying pressure.
Crucially, BLG still denied the possible map control that comes with this Rebel Baron power play, and because of that, in about a minute, we are probably going to know one way or another, because that Elder, the Baron you can get and you can mitigate, but for either side, either with a Calling or with a Karthus who just now hit level 16, if you get an Elder buff, you're going to start getting into one-tap territory.
Yes, Canyon ultimates now will really, really be painful. Rank 3 in the ulti. Very far ahead, almost 2K.
I actually really like this Gen.G draft. I don't. I don't think it. I think it requires misplays like we saw from Jun to actually have any kind of effect for them to play it. You literally lost all early objective control. You couldn't put any pressure on the side lane. I think it's fucking trash. Really not a fan. You have no way to lock down upfront damage by Lucian. You force them to play into you, which is great if you have Baron and you can get objective priority, but if you're not first on objective, you're just terrible.
Really starting to hurt though, and Keen shrugs off the damage.
Chovy going for the reset right now. See what he's gonna buy.
Gen.G's first to the objective. They have set up. Can Bin find that flank again?
Fully committed. This game has had so many 50-50s, both sides willing to bet it all. Trust in their hands, trust in the smite.
Hey, Maui.
Now backing away, seeing the destiny come out. Waiting for
Did you raid me? Thank you. I'm sure your Counter-Strike fans are really in love with MSI Finals VOD reviews, Maui. Thank you for the raid.
But it's been behind them. Chovy really wants to find that Q3 onto Elk. He'll have to try to find something else, though. Instantly snaps back, but Lehen still goes in. Crucially, Wall of Pain to try to disrupt on the rest of the team. Baron, Dragon, excuse me, knock the focus. Naka comes in from Knight, and it's clutch. Dawning Shadow kicking things off, but Lehen's already... But Lehen still goes in. Crucially, Wall of Pain to try to disrupt on the rest of the team. Baron, Dragon, excuse me, knock the focus. Naka comes in from Knight.
Bin's playing this amazingly in the back line. Bin is literally just slaughtering them in the back line. But Keen is zoning out Elkin on here. I mean, the ult too just smokes Elk, and Jun's trying to wrap around to save them, but I think Jun's probably better off just actually hanging out and fighting with Bin. Bin can't get out.
The ulti coming in from Canyon. The two-man core. Chovy standing strong. Shun it on. Still there. Keen zoning them away. Doesn't want to risk the 50-50. Wants to keep Chovy.
They should learn it here too. Maui also loves sweet corn on pizza. What the hell, man? Maui canned corn on pizza lover. Offensive. Keen did win the fight. He was great.
The amount of damage that you're able to do in these fights where BLG is forced to walk into them is going to be huge, and Gen.G get the dragon.
Canyon and Chovy, what a combination. Here we go. Chovy goes for
It's mostly Keen though. Watch Keen. Watch Keen because he zones out. He zones out multiple people. Look at this. He literally just removes them, even though Bin is doing so much work on the backside of this fight. The Karthus ult and Keen are just absolutely smoking people right here. He literally distracts 3 people.
Keen, if he doesn't buy that much space, and Shun can just walk up.
Shun threw this game though. I can't believe they're gonna. I can't believe Gen.G is gonna win this. Oh, dude. Poor Bin.
About their issues with starting fights. Canyon obviously will have his ultimate available again, but that alone is not going to be enough. They need to take down inhibs, they need to take down some actual objectives, or they can use this Elder to chain into the Baron in about 30 seconds.
what the corn on pizza references I being framed. The Koreans like corn on their pizza. And even though corn and cheese are great together, as proven by Korean side dishes like corn cheese, they are not good on pizza, guys. It's not good on pizza. However, I will say Korean sweet potato koguma on pizza is great. We love koguma on pizza. Sweet potatoes on pizza, amazing. Corn on pizza, dog shit.
That was a good angle there, though. BLG tried to force a fight, known Chovy doesn't have TP and wasn't there. So we've been trying to force something and try and waste the time on this Elder, but Gen G, they're looking to start up the Baron.
Chovy really is a monster right now with shield blow, bow plus Jack Show plus the QSS. He is very, very difficult to deal with.
Gets the blast cone, gets back into the pit. Shun, wind becomes lightning. Objective marked, 5K, getting lower. Elk off to the side, 3K. Baron gonna fall in favor of Gen G, and BLG just coming for a spectator play.
I can't believe Gen G's winning this game.
No angle to keep the fight, but
Are we going to ban Karthus now for the rest of the series, even though that's not the reason why BLG lost?
Around the map, but the objective does go the way of Gen G. We'll see if this time around they are
overtaken out of the card. Hits it, but they're chasing him down. Pace is here too. Surely there's no way Ben escapes this one. He just doesn't have the tools. Pathmaker forward. Nice slow coming in as well from the Randuins and Ben.
Use our ults on Ben in the side lane.
They've scaled their way to a Canyon death cap.
Oh my god, Canyon is so huge. All right, Chovy did it, guys. He's actually succeeded in just becoming tank. He just plays Jack Show, Shield Bow, QSS. All right, well, I regret what I said about them not having primary engage. They can dive towers now. It's fine. They just use Yone like a normal ass team.
Has been taken down. It is open season for Gen G to push.
We've also gotten to the point where Canyon with the Gathering Storm, even more AP amplified as well by the Death Cap. So it's not going to get easier. And Gen G, for the first time, it feels like forever, reclaim a gold lead.
And no matter how good Ben's movement is, how good Elk's movement is, you just can't get away from the Requiem. Wall of Pain laid down. BLG doing what they can to walk up to clear some of these minions away. It's just Gen G.
Canyon just ult. Just ult. Just ult. Just ult. Ult now. If you ult now, you can actually take 2 inhibs.
Ben is up in 5 seconds.
Just ult Canyon.
Slowly getting bled out of this game. Baron buff for another minute and 30 seconds. 1 inhibitor down. Wave's not in a great state.
I think if Canyon just ults there, they get both inhibs. They get mid inhib as well.
This game is not getting any easier.
Now the bot side inhib is down. Want to reiterate, we talked about the issues for Gen G with starting fights. Same can be said for BLG unless they can find a pick. But Gen G have just been clumping up continuously as to deny a catch.
Discipline again from Gen G, but it's Knight on the side. Can they find the pick onto Canyon? Good wall of pain to dissuade and engage, and Keen goes in.
Okay, TB coming in. Tidal wave. He eats Karthus again. Karthus gets out. Here we go. Chovy's TPing. Now we ult. Well, holy smokes. So if we were going to do that, why didn't we just do it and take mid inhib and then reset for Elder? Legit bad. They should have just ulted, taken tier 1 or inhib turret, mid inhib, and then just recalled for Elder and set up. I think they should be more aggressive with the Karthus ult.
All right, I mean, BLG, what else can they do? They keep Ben on the side lane there, trying to apply pressure during the setup, but Gen G right now...
Yeah, BLG can't win this now, guys. They can't win it now. They did a great job of stacking Drakes in the early game until they got caught out and gave free Baron. And now we just have Death Cap Karthus.
Maybe a big ultimate on top of some of the members, but Pace now also has his GA. Makes it so much harder to
But don't fool yourself. BLG lost this game. They were playing really well early. Look how shit their engage is, guys. Oh, Elk is just free firing.
So hard presents out a team fight without his ultimate here. The chunk damage, the cooldown.
They can't fight this. They can't. BLG can't fight this. They have no Jhin ult. But look at this. It's so free for Lucian. Ben already used his ult. Ben about to go crazy in the back line. We literally 50-50'd that, by the way. We literally 50-50'd this. We literally 50-50'd it. I think Canyon hit it with Smite Q at the same time. Nope, that was actually Jun's Smite, guys. It was Jun's Smite at 14:59. And then the red Smite is Canyon Smite. Oh my god, they literally 50-50'd it. I don't leave this game feeling really good about Gen G's win. Yeah, they would win it even if Jun steals it. But I mean, look, it's just the sloppiness of this, guys, right? It's just the sloppiness. Like, let's say Jun gets this. Yes, the answer is yes. They still win the fight. They still win the fight. I'm watching Keen. Keen just gets on top. Oh my god, they just assassinate Elk once he actually has to commit. I mean, it is a great way to force the 5v5 because they have no engage because their comp is shit and Tahm Kench is shit. If this Tahm Kench had been Ornn, like, look, guys, I would change my entire tune if this Tahm Kench had been an Ornn. Or this Cassante had been an Ornn. Preferably the Tahm Kench. The Tahm Kench was fucking useless, guys. This Tahm Kench was so bad.
Punishing the missteps, knowing they outscale, taking their time, they lose the soul, they lose the...
So they used the objective to force BLG to engage. Yes, they did. But you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to have Jun misposition to get a Baron, to get 2 Elder Drakes to win this game, guys. It was basically just like nightmare mode difficulty for Gen G. It didn't have to be that hard. And BLG played well.
BLG this time on the blue side.
Jesus Christ, you guys. You're making me mad.
For BLG, I want to see some more engage. I think that was one of their big problems in the last game. Even though they built a big lead, come mid-game, they didn't have as many tools as I think ideally they want to start fights.
And of course, in this champ select powered by Omen and HyperX, the first adaptation is going to be the Cassante ban. All of top lane has now been opened up. The entire tournament has been Cassante and it was BLG and HyperX.
Okay, we actually got into a draft in a timely fashion. All right, so we're back to Cassante banning. I mean, Keen is the best Cassante in the world, so I agree with this. Aurelion Sol and Corki taken out for Chovy. Ari Talia going to be removed. What do we got? We have Tristana still for Chovy. We have Yone still for Chovy. Nautilus actually banned by Gen G. Do they really think this is going to be a first pick? Not. Like, the Senna Prio's been rising. At least it was it for BLG in the T1 series, but it's going to be the Ashe that is left up. So we take first pick Ashe. So we take away the Callista. We take away the Sejuani immediately. Trying to punish, you know, the low mobility of Ashe in the front line. Probably going to be Varus, right? Yeah, Varus. Ashe, Varus lane. So we're going to have to potentially swap off of this. I think the Xin Zhao should be taken out, but I guess Gen G is just confident playing against it. And they know that it probably would be banned in the second rotation of drafts. So we're going to blind another blind Yone game. How crazy. Chovy just so confident. That's nutty. Yone is now... Chovy's Yone is now on a 15-win streak after that last game. Did he do anything? No. Yeah, and the Sejuani Yone combo is obviously brutal in the mid lane, right? Assuming that this isn't some sort of wacky ass Keria style support Sejuani, which you do have to keep in mind, by the way. Keria's done this with Callista. It's not outrageous that Lehens would do it. LeBlanc and Annie, while they're just taking everything out of his pool, they want him to play Nico super badly. They need backline access, though. They need backline access here. This is like a good Wukong game, unironically, but they already picked Sejuani.
Sejuani pairing.
And yeah, maybe you want to pick Camille, bin Camille, just pull out some 1v9 type of action.
So they ban Rumble and Jax because they want the Twisted Fate in this top side. So they're trying to bait a Twisted Fate pick into Camille, probably. We did it, guys. We did it! This is great. I love it. Lehens is a very good Blitzcrank, by the way. This is actually a great angle. This is such a good angle into Varus Ashe. And honestly, Xin Zhao. Because the thing is, when Xin Zhao's ult goes away and he's still standing there in the front line, you can just hook him. You can just hook him after his ult ends.
What? The crank!
The God hand!
The crank! Against Double AD, we've seen this come through. Because
It's a good pick. Usually we see, actually, if you pick like Varus Ashe, you see the Blitz banned. It's a very good pick. So we're going to go standard lanes here this game. For Genji, it's a great punish. This is a great punish. I love it. Hello from Maui World. Thank you. Welcome.
Going to be the Orianna conservative choice. Did not look great in the last series. Obviously paired with the Zinzo, it can be incredibly lethal.
There it is.
And this is the gauntlet. If you lock this in, whatever you lock in.
All right. What is your crazy counter pick, Keen? Let's fucking go. I want to see something totally wild. Don't just play Renekton. When is Power Spike? Probably Tuesday or Wednesday. Summoning Insights tomorrow.
Back on the Camille. You saw it yesterday. Cleanest Camille I've ever seen. And they really need it now. They really need it now.
So, Maui people, this is the MSI Finals. MSI is the second biggest tournament of the year in League of Legends. Genji is a Korean team versus BLG, a Chinese team. Chovy is probably the greatest player in League of Legends currently. They're just going to play Zac in the top side, so they're going for Max. Okay. I like this draft better. So we're going to play with the Zac. Very hard time to kill. I mean, they're going to be focusing Pays probably in the, with the Camille, trying to dive and lock down Pays. But this is a huge front line that may be very difficult for BLG to actually deal with here. I love the Blitz pick.
Actually, now looking at this lineup, I definitely would want on-hit Varus rather than the poke Varus. So maybe not the double Hello Blades, but still a very scary duo.
And if we take the context of the lane matchup away, Zac has been incredibly lethal this tournament against immobile carries. Orianna, Varus, gonna struggle against the Elastic Slingshot. Doubly so
and
when there's a Yone ready to follow up, when there's a Sejuani ready to follow up. It's gonna be a tall task for BLG in this game too.
It's gonna be that 1-2 of Vin going in with the ball, maybe being helped out by an arrow as well. Because again, BLG don't have a front line. If they are not playing on the front foot, if they're not able to take control in the mid game and fully choke Genji out, I think the team fights are going to be extremely hard to play. Obviously, the side lane pressure is great, but we saw Genji mitigate that in the last game.
Also, I really want to see some level 1 stuff here from Genji. They've got the Blitzcrank, and this is a kill lane, right? You're always picking this Blitzcrank for the kill onto the Ashe Varus early on. Can you blow some summoner spells in a level 1 maybe? Can you force something here against Elkanon to really open some bottom lane play for Pays and Lehens? Because Pays and Lehens in the last series they had versus BLG were huge.
And again, continuing to defy expectations, fell very far behind in the first game. It wasn't really about them. In this game, it has the potential to be scaling. Not really the name of the game here for the side of Genji. Incredible team fighting tools, but now the pressure is on them to get aggressive, to find the hooks, to find the Elastic Slingshots, and shut down BLG.
All right, show me something spicy in the level 1. Fully grouped in River at the moment. Lehens. The crank on the Rift.
Nice observing there. Didn't see on really using a little pocket of vision. And I think the thing with the invade specifically is that it's also maybe the most iconic invade. The Blitzcrank level 1 has been in the game since forever. Looks like Genji doesn't want the risk. And as you were saying, Kobe, look at that. Lehens and Pace heading towards the lane swap, which is where we do expect the Zac to have less of difficulty as long as Chovy can play around that hook shot.
All right.
As you were saying, Kobe,
First time you ever watched a LoL game in your life, it's a good place to start.
heading towards the lane swap, which is
The
where we
favorites
do
are Gen
expect
G. They
Zach
beat them. It's a double elimination tournament, so they beat BLG in the upper bracket.
And as you were saying, Kobe, look at that. Lands and pace heading towards the lane swap, which is where we do expect the Zach to have less of a difficulty as long as Chovy can play around that hookshot level.
Also in the early levels, you can just walk up with a rocket fist as Blitzcrank, use your mana shield. Diving is pretty achievable.
All right, so I think they're trying to call the lane swap here. It's also possible that they may not want to. It's also possible that Gen G may not want to be. I don't know when they want to be in lane versus Varus Ashe. It's possible that they want to get hit level 3 before they get in. And also it's possible that they're trying to create a long lane, right, to match up in. So we'll have to watch the pressure on the waves here, because if you're the Blitzcrank, like, you want them pushed up so that they're vulnerable possibly to a gank from Canyon as well. And you have a long lane to chase them down in with Blitzcrank's hooks. So I'm very curious how this early game's going to go. Will be a lane swap.
Waiting until about 1:30 to make sure that if anyone was here, they could get meaningful damage.
So I'm not sure if they're trying to call the swap right now. If Genji's trying to call the swap blind, or if they actually just want the swap. But also, the Zach is better into the swap situation than the Camille is. Bin is trying to play aggressively on this side of the map. But he's trying to invade on strong side. That's... Did he get a chicken? Did he steal one of the chickens?
Kitty cat hand, not gonna get used.
No, he didn't. Okay. There's a possibility there that he might have been able to steal a chicken or two and, like, stop a level 2 from Canyon, but that doesn't happen.
To talk about in a game 5 when Meowkai ults.
His ult, I assume.
The deadly cat coming again.
Here we go. Cheddar Cheese Man leaping forward. Well, it's not that. Okay, it's a Chroma. My bad. It's not Cheddar Cheese Man.
One of the big things here is that they're really keeping a tight eye on where Bin is to take.
Are there any information on whether the teams can qualify for the Saudi tournament? It's invitation only, I believe, but I'm not entirely sure on that one.
He's circling. You nailed it, Chronicler. He's circling. He's circling. Bin always looking for these ganks towards mid lane.
Q3 though. Chovy doesn't use it for the trade, doesn't use it to get aggressive, just holds on to it knowing he has about 6 seconds where he's difficult to gank, but that 6 seconds is up. Bin will walk at him menacingly. W not going to hit either. A little bit of extra poke. Bin just being here is making this lane annoying. The hook shot, now the flash! Walk at him menacingly. W not going to hit either.
Trovy's just making, he's like playing League on Nightmare difficulty mode, playing this Yone and then like flashing early and playing fleet, you know, playing the blind Yone. Like, Chovy is just so confident in his skills right now. He just takes these shit garbage matchups for free. Draws all the pressure himself. It's amazing.
Due to the resistances on an Elk and the fact that the double AD carry, gonna have a great time with those plates.
I just like that interaction because it plays into the hero narrative of this series leading up to it. Yeah. Everyone hyping up Bin 1v9 and Chovy in the mid lane, the god for Gen G. Yet usually their lane mismatch, so Bin goes to find him in mid, blows the flash.
Just, Kobe, he's so humble. You know, he's willing to concede so much CS that he surely would have gotten against 3 people. Just to burn.
They're trying to stack here. So what BLG is doing is they are trying to stack against the swap that they think is coming in, or they're trying to stack and see if the TP comes in. So they're actually faking their own recall right now.
Just to burn Chovy's flag.
But this is going to get them behind on tempo.
That is one of the most useful things that top laners do.
And they sacked the entire wave into turret.
Pay their visits towards mid, but here's the teleport in.
Okay. Jet. See which top laner is going to TP in and get dove. So it's a game of chicken. These guys are pretending that they've recalled, and that these guys are also recalling, but they cancel their recall. And they're like, which top laner? This is the evolution of lane swaps that we've seen throughout MSI. Which top laner is going to try and actually get farmed? Keen, he's just autoing on the turret. He's just chilling. And so they're like, oh, shit. There's the Camille. So we cancel it. And then Lehens is here. And he just hooks him right out of the TP. Oh, the timing is beautiful. The mind games are real. The mind games are real.
Of Gingy had already back, so they were setting up a trap to try to catch them when they made their way back to the turret. But instead,
That's hilarious, guys.
and BL or Genji.
That's hilarious.
Perfectly timed by Lahens. We haven't seen it in a while.
There wasn't that much point to TPing topside. I actually think this is a mistake by Bin too.
Right from the get-go.
Because the thing here is, like, you lost most of the crashed wave already. So, like, the upside for you TPing is kind of low. Whatever.
Right from the get-go, Bin not able to step out. And crucially, BLG thought that the bot lane of Gingy had already back, so they were setting up a trap to try to catch them when they made
Dude, the blitz plays are so huge. I love it. I love it, dude. They baited this out. Genji baited this out in the draft. They just left Ashe up. Knew they were going to first pick Ashe on blue side. Just let them have Ashe Varus, and then they're just going to play the fucking crank into it. Oh, my. So funny.
But he has really good tower damage. Your E reset for your auto attack, your W attack speed as well. So actually,
Pull out the blitz hook counter. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it for you guys.
Didn't have to do him like that, although we always do with Chovy as well.
Does get the canyon. Level 5 to level 3. So much XP denied.
One.
Play, but he is going to catch a big wave here. Has been just tries to recuperate. Of course, Keen is the one who has been suffering. Really no time to pick up XP, but honestly, if he stays at level 2 and he keeps Ben down there,
Can't he also have TP'd on a minion? No. It was you couldn't TP before 10 minutes. You can't TP to a minion before or a ward before 10 minutes. You have to TP to a tower. It used to be 14 minutes, but they changed it last year. Oops. I deleted it. Shit. We'll get it back. Sorry, guys.
for the side of Genji. Possible 2v2. You through. Go back. Shun, does he want to follow? Wind becomes lightning. Good damage on a Chovy. They know he has no flash, but Canyon shows. Lets them know he will be there to punish.
Yeah, if he did not, I think Shun probably goes for it. He was
Maybe tally marks would be easier to count. I have an eraser, though.
To try and go for a dive onto Chovy.
Pins on his way.
Well, we can do that, too.
Level 3, Camille. Diving between the towers.
I have the power.
Chovy in trouble. The hook shot, the wall dive. It does not matter.
Chovy.
Pins on his way.
All right, they know Chovy doesn't have flash now.
Diving between the towers. Chovy.
He gets hit by W, all in by E.
He tries to dodge.
Bin just shows up because his lane is frozen. He can't do anything. All right, here comes the crank, though. Here comes the crank. Chovy's coming back. He's got TP. Oh. I got excited.
We talked about Bin's Camille. I thought it was going to be top Camille, not jungle Camille. But here we are. Level 3 ganks, level 1 ganks.
Okay, but is that worth? Because Chovy just TP's back to lane. You invested 4 people towards mid, and Keen is just catching waves. The kill going over to Bin, I think, is quite huge, but especially with the flash invested as well, I think Genji are going to take this.
Ultimately, I'm not good at math, but it did look cool. And now we're going to see if Lahens can land another hook. Knock up there. Glacial to make sure the slow and on.
He still got the hook.
Lahens is on fire in this game.
Lahens clutching it.
Cool. And now we're going to see if Lahens can land another hook. Knock up.
Oh, he did. He hooked it point blank. Sorry, he did hook there. Rip.
Is on fire in this game.
It was a point blank hook. It wasn't a cool hook, though, but we'll give it to him.
Gold lead now for Pays over Elk. Not to mention the double summoners. So you're going to see repeats.
Yeah, it's crazy. You got all their sums, too.
And double boots of swiftness as well for the bottom lane of Genji.
One of the big things
Elk.
This is so. Remember, guys, when I talked about long lanes and blitzcrank? So they actually did end up with a long lane here, and Hens actually just hits the knock up, and then he does hook him there. It just looks super janky.
Lahens is on fire in this game.
Lahens clutching it here for Genji. Just walks right in.
Up there.
well.
Does he not E from range? I think E extends your auto attack range.
I'm not good at math.
Let's
but it did
see.
look cool. And now we're gonna see if Lahens can land.
That looked really far away, though. I think this is a visual bug. It's a flash bug. He flashed.
Another hook. Knock.
He flashed. Yeah, he flashed. That's a visual bug in the client, guys. That's why it looks so janky.
Ultimately, I'm not
He
good
literally
at math,
flash
but it
E'd him.
looked cool. And now we're gonna see if Lahens can land another hook. Knock up there. glacial to make sure the slow and on is in trouble. Lahens is on fire in this game.
So he didn't actually hook. He didn't hook.
Just walks right in.
Reset the counter.
Gold lead now for
It just looked super weird because League of Legends has a buggy client.
So you're going to see repeats. This is a kill lane. They want more kills and double boots of swiftness as well for the bottom lane of Gen G.
One of the big things in the previous
No, he still hooked after the E? Yeah, I thought he did. All right. I'm baiting myself now. Yeah, it costs 100, what, 125 mana to hook?
Lahens is on fire in this game. Lahens did look cool. And now we're going to see if Lahens can land another hook.
Yeah, he does hook him. He does move right there. He does move. Because the hook costs an immense amount of mana. It's right there. It took half his mana bar. He did hook him, though. That's why, I mean, it would have been really weird if he had hook cooldown and hook on, try and hook on right there. So, yeah.
Not to mention the double summoners. So you're going to see repeats. This is a kill lane. They want more kills and double boots of swiftness as well for the bottom lane of Gen G.
One of the big things in the previous game was BLG had such a big lead on their bot lane. Elk and On were being rotated around the map and utilized as such a great pressure tool.
And with the double boots of swiftness by, you can roam very, very heavily so quickly. They're going to come out, reset from mid lane here towards those void grubs, secure the objective first for the team.
And also, if you're on, that slow is so much less effective. Blitzcrank is just going to walk up and punch you. You don't even have to hit the hooks anymore. If you find isolated members on the side of BLG, this is getting harder. Bin wants time to scale, wants time to get items, can keep trying to make cheeky plays, but Keen, very comfortable for now in the 1v1. The sustain he has is so hard for any champion at a deficit to deal with.
Obviously, as we get later into the game, Bin is going to eat Keen like toast. I don't think Zach is going to do a whole lot when that Camille Q2 comes through with Tiamat and with the Triforce, but we are very far off of that. That's not going to be relevant for quite a while. As Lahens, he is just on a merry jaunt. He's walking his way around the rift, living his best life.
And we've always known Lahens has been a very creative player, right? I think that's how a lot of people were introduced to Lahens. But the consistency he's shown in the last two series is damn good to see. The pullback is there, doesn't interrupt the Fate Sealed. Well played by Chovy.
On the Ash Roam timing there from On as well as he passes down to the bottom side. Now, Lahens did use the Hextech Flash over the wall and then actually didn't pass by the Tri-Brush, so didn't clear out that ward there either. And On is just camping mid, continually sending more and more resources here to deny this Yone, deny Chovy from CSing at all. They're keeping him down to 42 CS.
I mean, Chovy opted into this. He knows what could happen. And he wanted this.
He is the hero. He is the person at the heart of this team. And BLG have recognized it. They're burning every resource they have.
Dude, BLG's bot... Gen G just had plans for BLG's bot lane. This is great.
And right now, the answer is the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's definitely not going to be Elk here doing some hard carrying in the early stages. He also getting zoned off. Canyon is level 6, of course.
All right, now we can... All right, we're trying to make a play here. Chovy has no TP. Keen has TP though, and Keen is 6. Keen can actually engage though because he's Zach.
Chovy doesn't have TP. On. Face checking the bush. Initial CC locking up. He's trying to backstep. Permafrost is there, but Knight is body blocking. Lahens hitting the hook.
Oh my god, they got on before he could do anything.
Face checking the bush. Initial CC locking up. He's trying to backstep. Permafrost is there, but Knight is body blocking.
They got him, guys. They got him. This is great from Gen G, though. This is the right call. Like, they know the collapse is coming and that they're going to be at a man disadvantage, so they have to just pull the trigger. And so it's easy to hit the hook because he's already slowed by Glacial Prison. He's an Ashe, so he just dies instantly. And you still have Kalista ult. They're going back in. Chovy's here. Now Chovy's here. What an excellent play by Gen G. He was aiming for Ori, but he accidentally hit the Ashe. Do we count that? He hit the wrong person, but he still hit a person. Really good snap call, though. Really good snap call, though. By Gen G.
They're not even done. BLG want the extended fight. The Camille here has ultimates, but they can't chase into the darkness of the jungle.
even though they get that exit kill, nicely done by Shun, making use of the chaos there. That is still such a big win for Gen G. They get the topside turret, Bin roamed over, and the fight was already done. And it's a great trade for Gen G.
It certainly was, and it was all about Lehens again. This Blitzcrank, the pull in, he yoinks over for the instant kill, and then look.
How do you know who he was aiming for? Because the Orianna was the one that was glacial prisoned.
Really nicely done in a 3v4.
And On is walking up, and he thinks he can hit this angle right here.
Where they have the Varus
He couldn't have predicted that On would move like that. He was trying to get Knight.
threatening them from the bottom side. It's Lehens who pulls in.
And like, why wouldn't you hook the glacial prison target? Dude, the Sejuani synergy is just so crazy too with the Blitzcrank. Because once you hit somebody with glacial prison, you just bring them back in, and then you can proc permafrost with, because Blitzcrank is melee.
But it was still enough. And then here, great timing by Shun, because otherwise I think Elk dies, Pace maybe picks up another kill, and that could have been things going even worse for BLG.
And while it was disaster avoided for BLG, again, excellent execution from the side of Gen G, establishing themselves as a dominant force in the early game here, 10 minutes in.
It's all right. You take who you can get. It doesn't matter who they hit there. They do get 100 to 0'd, but the use of Callisto ult also super good. The fact that Pays, you know, they're trying to make this play, and a crucial part of, you know, that play, guys, a crucial part of this play is Elk is still level 5. Like, Elk is still level 5 here, but Pays is level 6. So they actually have Callisto ult to pull somebody off, which is why Pays is playing on the perimeter, right? And then he's able to do this. They see the flash over the side from Knight, and Pays just goes ahead and flashes over because they know they can get the kill onto Knight as well. It's really well played by Pays and Lehens and Canyon. Chovy didn't need to flash for this. They overcommit. They could have just gone Drake. Bin is running down from top side, but Keen is proxying the wave in top, and he has TP. So Bin tries to come down here for this, but Keen has TP, so now he's just going to get the, he's denying the wave.
It certainly was, and it was all about Lehens again. This Blitzcrank, the pull in, he yoinks over for the instant kill, and then look as he separates from Callista for the escape. Really nicely done in a 3v4 situation where they have the Varus threatening them from the bottom side. It's Lehens who pulls in the quick burst kill, and then he's able to separate from Pays, so Pays can ult and flash him into the pit as well. And then they finish off Knight.
So Canyon ulted the dragon, and then the knockback knocked Knight back, which was funny because then as a result Lehens didn't hit him, but it was still enough. And then here, great timing by Shun, because otherwise I think Elk dies, Pace maybe picks up another kill, and that could have been things going even worse for BLG.
And while it was disaster avoided for BLG, again, excellent execution from the side of Gen G, establishing themselves as a dominant force in the early game here. 10 minutes in, they got a 2K gold lead, 3 grubs. A Drake has yet to fall. Not going to be focused in the same way it was in game 1. And Knight individually still holding on to a decent lead, but it's just going to be so hard to play Orianna against this composition.
One of the biggest soccer points coming in, and the reason why Canyon and Keen coming over was such a big deal is because it did often feel like if Chovy was ever taken out of
the thing is, now that they have the tier 1 down in top, they can actually just easily make the play onto Drake. So the TP advantage, even though it's not used, does end up being meaningful here for Keen.
Can the rest of the team step up? Right now, at least in terms of early game, they're looking decent. Should be able to get extra plates here as well.
Yeah, I love that because they're looking so good on a completely different style of composition. They are so melee and short range heavy, and they have to keep on forcing like this, and they are making play after play after play.
MSI final showing us more good catch.
They're melee, but the thing is that they have insane non-committal engage, right? With Blitz Hook, with the Sejuani ult. Nice pickoff.
Gonna grab the kill.
Very nicely done.
MSI final showing us more good catch initially on the Canyon. Follow-up C is there. They're willing to burn every ulti they got. Elk gonna grab the kill.
Very nicely done by BLG. Elk not wanting to just take the hits that Gen G is throwing at them. Get a big pick on Canyon. That's also going to mean that the grubs are going to be denied. And we do need to, again, take into account the offensive power of BLG. If they can single out a target, insanely strong.
Excellent reaction from On. 1/10 of a second less. Just try to react to that. Does survive. A good hook from Lehens. Has to be careful, though. Still relatively squishy, all things considered. He won't be. Fair enough.
Possible TP angle here.
Servers excellently highlighted. Hextech ultimatum to deny the elastic slingshot. Let's bounce coming out from Keen. He's still a very tanky Zach.
Got the fourth hook.
Away to safety. Tack sweep can offer a little bit of a slow. Keen slowly but surely getting cut down. Passive proc. TP there for Chovy, but it doesn't look like he's going to use a very tanky.
I mean, it's good that BLG is starting to create these picks in the side lanes and try and respond. Like, Chovy needs to side lane his way back to relevancy right now with the amount of CS that he's been able to get.
Big thing there was that there wasn't enough of a response of Gen G. Canyon was moving towards the area, but they didn't think they would get there in time. Shun was already there, so even if Chovy TP's in, that could backfire immensely.
Chovy going to capture this wave, though. Catch this wave. Still 50 CS down. It's really interesting that they decided to go with the blind pick Yones. But I guess as long as they keep on... But, I mean, they've just deprioritized Chovy's champion pool so much. This is a really big vote of confidence, I think, for Gen G. Because Chovy's absorbing all the bans, and then he's also blind picking, which is opening up, you know, R5 counter picks for Keen, potentially, you know, wacky strategies like the Blitzcrank prank priority. But in order for this to work, Lehens really has to step up and, like, make the plays. And you know what? Fuck it, they are. So, good for them.
A lot of burst potential, a lot of offensive power here if they're able to get the setup. And the importance of clearing out wards on their own side so that On can get some fog of war to fire the Ash Arrow greatly increases their chances of success. But walking into Keen doesn't.
Definitely not ideal. He'll use just for the movement speed. Gen G don't have information in the jungle anymore, so they don't want to overcommit.
I mean, On is going to have such a hard time staying alive in this game.
Trying to disengage, but the Ash is already down. Lehens now going to fish for the hook, but holds on to it. Just a quick pick again. Commit. But On.
I mean, he's just fucking around with this Callista Sentinel, and Canyon realizes it's free. He has no sums, he has no heal anymore because he just used it and he has no flash.
Good use of Canyon.
Important here is that there is no objective besides the mid lane turret. Are they going to dive out because there's sums available? And we see the rotation comes through. Gen G wants to look for this.
Hook on to Shun. Knight there to try and follow up. Ulti immediately used. Gen G, are they happy with just that cooldown? The arrow to Pays. The most important target to hit for the interrupt.
Dude, the Callista baiting, the all-ins that we've seen from teams on targets that can be Callista ulted this tournament is so crazy. Like, why are we using Shockwave on that fucking Blitzcrank? Why are we doing that? Every time, dude, every pro team at this tournament just gets baited by Callista ults. They all in the sport every time. Yep, there's...
To flash out. Now the Q comes in. The stretching strikes doesn't even need it. Let's bounce going across to Elk. They don't quite have the damage though, and On and Elk are now on the chase. Bitten in the midst of the fight, trying to take Keen down. They know that he's got no passive, but Canyon's ready to frontline. The flash in. Lehens, another hook.
So we're gonna go back a little bit.
The root's gonna connect. They're trying to body block for Lehens. He's still standing for now. The CC denied the Fate's call. Hook on to Shun. Knight there to try and follow up.
Actually, he hit like 3 in this fight. He hit one there. Pays hops over the wall, so he actually doesn't get Shockwave. They pull it back, so Shockwave is now down.
Critical cleanse there from Pays also allows him to ult Lehens and pull him back now. Another one.
Another hook on to Shun, and again the follow is there. Pays this time gets the setup. The root's gonna connect. They're trying to body block for Lehens. He's still standing for now. Forced to flash
now. Another one.
Dude, Jun is dying for these fucking lane wards. He did it in the last game, and he's like, he forgets that Blitzcrank hook is a thing, I guess. Also, he doesn't have ult, so he definitely can't live through that. All right, they force the TP to come in this time, so Bin's here. He's just gonna ult Keen. Another hook! Oh my god.
Another stun. Pays still alive, but they don't want to take the risk. Gen G backing away, knowing Knight is coming.
Crucially, this is lethality, not lethal tempo Callista. So Pays great in short trades, but if he doesn't have
8, yeah, we got 3 hooks in that fight in total, or 4.
BLG coming up huge, but Gen G finding some counter punches.
I just gotta say, Lehens on this Blitzcrank is insane accuracy. He was the one who
I think we were up to 8, guys. It's 8.
and allowed that easy follow-up kill for Canyon later. He keeps on
They forced Ben's TP as well, so now we're looking at TP advantage for Keen shortly.
They do have the timer working against them this time around. If they're gonna do a longer fight, they need Chovy there.
Shout out to Chovy, just like not doing anything in this game so far.
The downside, caught out, no spells left. They saw him flash in the previous fight. They're quick to make the pick.
Kobe hasn't finished his sentence, or we're already...
curse.
Yeah, it's fair though. It's exactly what BLG want to do. As we see here, single target selection is great, but I think Gen G getting maybe a little bit over eager in this longer fight, because a lot of damage comes down here in the NNL, but it's just the front line. So actually taking him down takes quite a while, and by the time Bin arrives, Bin obviously insanely strong at this point, because Lehens, yeah, he flash hooks, but he ends up going down almost immediately, and again, pace, no lethal tempo, Halo Blades instead, so they lack the damage here to take down the Camille.
Yeah, and Chovy was farming the top side wave. This Yone really trying to get to first item, obviously. Super big breakpoint for the Yone, but Gen G will get right back to their dragon stacking while BLG take Herald.
Just the objective trade. Credit to Bin, 1-1-3 in this game. Still making an impact despite sacrificing so much for himself, of course. Doesn't have a gold lead over Keen, as we see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. But it feels like a battle of Pays and Knight.
They can dive this easily. Elk is trolling. The dive is so crazy from this composition, too. Especially because you can play super aggro with the Blitzcrank. There's another one. All right, guys. We'll just say it's 8. Okay, maybe we'll be a little bit under. There are debates about how many hooks have hit. It's 8 or 9. Let's leave it at 8 for the time being. Oh, there's 9, though. Jun is griefing, though. Dude, this ward has killed Jun twice. Jun has now died twice to that pink ward. He died twice to the same ward. Hey guys, do you think I should clear pink wards when there's a Blitzcrank? He literally died for the same ward. Like, what does he think is gonna happen? What does he think is gonna happen?
Chovy's clean with it, gets both flashes right there. Knight barely escapes, Honest put into the dirt, and Bin at least will pick up some side lane tower gold here on the Camille. Continue scaling towards the dreaded 2-item power spike.
That said though, it feels like a bit of a flip where now Gen G, yeah, they're taking a lot of skirmishes, but it's BLG picking up side lane waves, getting Bin to the point. The gold lead now there for him, and we've seen in the last series against T1 how big of a menace this guy can be on the Camille.
It's a really good note, because ultimately the hooks look good. It's hard not to be excited for Lehens
But they don't get the
plays.
turret.
But they don't get the tower. Cooldowns are going wide. BLG keeping it even with a better scaling composition. And honestly, the execution here on both sides looking pretty good.
Yeah, the threat of the dive is so crazy, though, that you can just... I like this composition so much better from Gen G than the one in the last game.
But it's not a 1-for-1 for long, because the God Hand strikes again. Perfect accuracy. People keep clearing out wards. Now we got a passive proc on bottom side. What happened?
Bin is trying so hard, man.
Just walks up.
There we go. There's another one.
Extra CC. Bin trying to heal. Flash away from Chovy, but Chovy's damn fast. But now the follow-up, the spear. What does it hit? It doesn't hit Bin.
And look at the cross map. They had heralds. That's gonna be an
BLG is doing a good job of playing side lanes, guys, to their credit.
Might just keep this one going.
Like, they've actually closed the gold gap.
Does he want to take the risk? Hex Flash is just going to use it as a taxi out. Quick ride home.
So tell me, Bin was able to pop Keen's passive and still survive with all of those members from Gen G chasing him so that the rest of his team is able to get objectives on top?
while also getting Chovy's flash. Yeah, he had to flash himself, but I think he'll take that as a help.
Tries to ult interrupt Lehens. Arrow follow-up doesn't connect.
Oh, he missed one. Sorry, I got his flash, though. And his ghost. Keen didn't have the best finals. I don't know. His first game was really good.
There's no objective up right now. Gen G are
He was amazing in those team fights.
And I want to highlight, we haven't talked about it yet, but the Mountain Soul, I think, is absolutely huge. If Keen and Canyon in particular can get...
By the way, I don't think that Lethal Tempo Varus was the play here. Like, in what universe are you going to be getting a bunch of autos down? You know what I mean? you're playing into Blitz, Yone, Sejuani, Zach. How do you get multiple autos? Like, I get that lethality Varus is garbage into tanks, but like you literally can't do anything. If you hook it necessarily arcane shifts, it's not a miss.
They don't do a lot of damage, but when there's 3 of them, it's gonna be more than enough. Caught out. Where else does he want to go? Has already used adaptive defenses, but should just die here. They don't do a lot of damage, but when there's
Didn't have to hook that one.
it's gonna be more than enough.
They have to be a roaming death squad here on the side of Gen G, like you're talking about. Their win con is stacking dragons for the soul. This is a terrible team for Siege.
They're keeping it going. Should trying to interrupt. Excellent use of the stopwatch coming from Knight, but he's still in the midst of 2. Elf standing back. He doesn't want to risk anything. TP now going in. Keen ready with the follow-up. It's another Zach, but a good shockwave, but an even better ulti coming in for Chovy to kill off the ADC. Lahan's looking for another hook angle, trying to find the ball, but it gets on. He actually cannot miss.
Lahans with the point and click hands. Finds another, but it's again Gen G. They keep looking for the fight.
It's literally 20-minute Baron on spawn.
Are
Gen
you
G
kidding
going.
me?
All right, Shun is here. Shun has had some good fights so far this series.
Minus TP.
Morning passive stacking rapidly, helping them shred through the objective. It's lethality, close to the spears are still going to do a little bit of work. On finds the stun on the Lahens. Rocks the Celestial opposition. Gen G, have they bet too much on this call? Lahens waiting off the outside.
Click hands.
See Lahan, he doesn't want to risk anything. Look angle, trying out going in. Keen ready with the follow-up. It's another Zach, but a good shockwave, but an even better.
So Kalista ults onto Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank goes in. Dude, the actual Xin Zhao being useless against the Blitz, I think, is the real genius here. Like, because remember I said yesterday, I think that the Xin Zhao needed to be banned, but this actually just neutralizes the Xin Zhao as well.
Lahans with the point and click hands. Finds another, but it's again Gen G. They keep looking for the fight.
It's literally 20-minute Baron on spawn.
Are
Gen
you
G
kidding
going.
me?
All right, Shun is here. Shun has had some good fights so far this series.
Minus TP.
Morning passive stacking rapidly, helping them shred through the objective. It's lethality, close to the spears are still going to
Like, they literally just masterclass drafted, out-drafted BLG, like baiting the Ashe Varus and then picking the Ashe Varus Jhin and then just counterpicking all of them with Blitz was so good.
They'll get it. Purple Worm down. Bin in the middle of 5, and it was not the call they needed. Purple Worm for Gen G. Shunga wants to keep the fight. On is there. Knight waiting over the wall. He needs to find the angle, but the rest of his team is already dead. Keen not afraid to pull the trigger. Triple kill for Pays in the midst of it all.
And BLG tried to get themselves out of a bad situation, and instead it gets way worse because in 10 seconds, the dragon is spawning.
This is so fun to watch. Gen G constantly forcing on the neutral objectives. They know they cannot siege, so they gotta be a roaming death squad. And even though Knight goes golden, he's not going to be able to escape. Knocked up, stunned up, and Gen G finish on their collapse here. Chovy goes through, finds the extra one on the pick.
It's the 1-2 there with Knight taken out of the fight. We saw Chovy struggle with this as well.
It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The hands keep on flying.
You were talking about the 1-2 setup, but we didn't count in Lahans. He's
He missed the hook.
3-pointers from across the court. Hands, man.
He's just showing up in a way that I didn't think was possible in the context of this tournament.
They call him Lahans for a reason. Let's see if he can do it again.
How many more Lahens references will we have the time to make? Gen G with this Baron breaking through the bottom side of the map on. Doing what he can with the hawk shot, doing what he can. The Umbral Glaive to clear out vision, but Gen G so firmly in control. 6K, gold lead, 17 kills to 8. Soul point, they're just so far ahead.
And there's one guy that we haven't really talked about yet because it doesn't feel like his impact is so big, but Pays is 10-1, which he is about to finish his GA.
Look, when the beefy boys show up, they need somebody to do the damage, and that has been Pays. Bin, though, in the 1v1, has 2 items, but doesn't have enough to fight 3 people. Again, it's the same story. Gen G are collapsing beautifully in this game.
Yeah, literally no 1v1s ever available on the entire map. Gen G Death Squad roaming around as a wait a second, 4-1 split push here. This Baron buff is going to be really hard to deal with.
Jovi has actually not done very much at all in these finals so far, besides just like he's just a ban sponge and sacrificing his own lane for the good of his team. The quietest 11 kill Kalista game in existence. That's because Kalista's just picking up what Lehens is throwing down. Big performance from Lehens. But also like mega performance from the draft side from Gen G. This is great.
One more blitz hook could just end it all.
And all you really want out of this Baron is more of the outer tower gold. You don't even want to mess around with inhibitor towers. You just wait for the dragon soul to come up. You're going to light that thing up with wards so that Lehens has an easier job of hooking in their next victim.
Also, one dragon away from that mountain.
Did you watch this live? No, I have not seen this live. I did not see this live.
And Keen, both of which are going to feel basically indestructible.
Oh,
and they keep collapsing onto Bin.
Ben tried so hard to take Chovy out of the equation, but every other member of Gen G stepped up in his place. Now he's amongst three. Back sweep to kick off. The hook already hit the follow-up.
Poor Bin, dude. He actually has played a mega MSI.
Look at the minimap. The rest of BLG can't even do anything because they kill him so
13, yep.
quickly that now the roaming death squad is back to roaming.
Sorry, I'm too behind. You guys are right.
Boots of swiftness for the bottom lane, I just think was so cool from FaZe and Lehens.
But we got to give it up. Kleos. Kleos to Lehens. All glory to Lehens.
Already got the inner with that play earlier on. And for BLG, it's going to have to take an insane multi-man wombo combo, but then
Huge Lehens games.
can combo on Gen G. There's Fate's
Monty, what are you involved in these days besides your podcast? You mean the 6 podcasts that I do like weekly, and the company that I run, and the consulting that I do, and the fact that I've streamed like 60 hours in this month? What do you mean? What else do I do?
Cooldowns are up across the board.
What else do you do, bitch?
What could be one final fight. If BLG want to come back in this, it's going to take a lot more than one. But Gen G, Canyon looking again, trying to fish. The slow is there. Keen ready to follow up on. Already out of the fight. Pays. Quick kill to follow. Knight trying to hold the line alongside Elk. But they want to open up this base. And trying to fish. The slow is there. Keen ready to follow up on. Already out of the fight. Pays. No fight. If BLG want to come back in this, it's going to take a lot more than one. But Gen G, Canyon looking again, trying to fish. The slow is there. Keen ready to follow up on. Already out
Yeah, well, you know, what else do I do? Watch more League of Legends on my stream than most other people who are full-time commenting League of Legends, practicing Muay Thai, having 2 kids, doing 6 podcasts on top of that, doing my own YouTube videos on top of that. You know what I mean? That are not part of my stream, so not just highlights, but doing independent videos that take time. And I do consulting for Playversus, which means this month, every day in the morning, I am streaming for hours to you guys, and then I go drive around colleges and visit high school programs in the afternoons.
Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah. I don't even know if that's like, if that's possible.
And I run LFN's entire business.
In a literal or in a metaphorical way.
All I'm saying is this is why we have weight classes in boxing. You're not allowed to fight someone who just weighs an extra 80 kilos. Quick arrow follow-up there. Pays. Legendary. It's a victory march. Gen G on the hunt. Sean doesn't quite fall.
14, yep. Oh, no. I pushed the wrong button. It's okay. We're good. We're good. It's not broken. Don't worry, guys.
Chovy wants to finish it. Quick flash out. Follow up there. Chovy smited out. Q3 to safety. And they're going to keep the push up in the mid lane. Keen ready to finish. Canyon and Lehens as well. The front line, the desk.
Like, I was just asking a question. He wasn't flaming me, to be fair, but it is outrageous, guys. Besides those podcasts, what do you do? You realize that my podcasts are like 4 hours long, right?
Another elastic slingshot, but nowhere is safe for BLG in this game too. Double kill for Pays. 17, 1, and 5. The kills hand delivered by his teammates across.
If you run LFN, what does Thorin do? Is on a bunch of podcasts. Thorin does even more podcasts than I do. I just run the business side, guys. Andrew Hibjib, who you guys probably know, does, you know, and Light do production for us, do a lot of the metric tracking and everything like that. I just handle, you know, our agencies, ad sales, etc. I mean, Thorin handles a lot of the decision making, but yeah, as far as like day-to-day business operations, I do most of that.
Also, the fact that Ben tried to hook shot on top of Lands, and then Keen is just there. He's just standing there menacingly.
They just want a 1v1 honor duel. Just one time. Ben's like, send one person to a side lane, please.
If you see one Gen G member, you got to assume there are multiple there behind him.
Is Maui Steak part of LFN? Yep.
Exposed here, but there's the other Gen
He
G.
surely is. All of our talent co-own LFN, guys.
This is really showing that team solidarity.
So Maui does a couple shows and has an ownership stake.
BLG just pushed back the second Gen G show anything. Their front line is too damn strong. BLG just don't have the time.
And then you guys have the temerity to ask earlier on this podcast, like, Monty, what are you doing, you know, between MSI and the start of the league season again? Can you do some cooking streams? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I will go to my storage unit in Denver, dig out all of my equipment that's been stored there while I'm in Korea. Then I will bring it back to Korea, set it all up, do cooking streams for you guys while we don't have League of Legends. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, D-Gun too. Everybody who does a show with LFN owns part of LFN, guys. It's very important to us that that's true. Everybody gets equity.
Shun ulting, Chovy not quite going to connect on his. Pulled back into the pit. The fade seal, not going to do a lot. Elk gets taken out.
15, hello. That's so crazy that he could hit this many ults in a 28-minute game. Dude, his hooks per minute are out of control. He's like at 2 hooks a minute. He's at over 2 hooks per minute. How does that work if more people join? Do you understand how company equity works? We either dilute equity, or what we actually have is just a standing equity pool where we can give people equity. 2 minutes per hook. You're right. I'm done. I'm trying to interact with you guys. That's why my math is bad. 0.5 hooks per minute. You are correct. That's still huge, guys. Because all of them are like resulting in kills. They have 25 kills in 25 minutes on one team. This is just such a smashing.
At most kills in MSI in a single game. And not a bold bet to think that he's probably going to own the record by the end of this one.
They got to get him to 20, right? And I want to call our minds back to one specific thing. Gen G
18 kill Pays. Pays is 7,000 ahead. Dude, he's just the mouth that Lehens is stuffing food into, though. Like, I'm not saying Pays had a bad game, but like, come on. Lehens is making this game.
This game probably not going to go your way. TS fought back to a game 5.
All I'll say is that the fact that you're even bringing
Which is fair, because Lehens refused to save him last game on Tom Kench, so I feel like this is justice.
Still looking for the hook. All it takes is one to pick off a member.
On has Edge of Night, so it's harder to hook him now.
Because Gen G will just dive. Gen G will dive over and over and over again.
Second inhibitor taken out. Bought the last one standing. Empowered minion, supers. Keen charging the
This comp is so threatening in terms of dives.
Opts to go for the cancel. Stretching strikes doesn't hit. On walks up, but it's just a tickle. Another stretching strike canceled. They're just trying to move the cannon minions in. Chovy now looking to find him, but doesn't hit. Crucially, though, Elk fires the ultimate, and now the fight's already kicked off. BLG trying to find their turn.
All right. Well, we Camille ulted the Blitzcrank. Maybe not the target we wanted. Maybe not the target we wanted, guys. It's hard to click on the right target in that clusterfuck, though. He was trying to ult Pays, but he ended up with the Blitz, who then just gets Kalista ulted out. All right, we got 17 hooks, guys. Lehens confirmed #1 hooker.
BLG will hold the line. Naka for Shun. He wants to keep the fight going. Chovy now trying to back out, trying to buy a bit more space for the team. Q3 going through. He can snap back if he wants to. Unstoppable, but on. Pops the G. And they finish him in the meantime. Pays. The Q angle is big. Chovy still.
Oh my God, he flashed Qs to try and save him. Knight has Zonias. Oh my God, but they still get kills. Hold on, let me watch this. He literally, but look at this. Pays is still has HP, and Elk and On are so low. He's just able to flash forward and kill everybody. Amazing. Man, Canyon's turn on that with the flash Q, knowing that Pays still had GA up and everybody was low, was super good. Dude, Canyon and Lehens have been running this series.
He dropped an absolute nuke here in game number 2.
Ben's alive. Ben's alive. They can't finish.
He wants more. We can pump those numbers up.
If you're gonna flame all the people who ask questions, why answer the questions? I'm not flaming people. I'm explaining my life.
25? What are we looking at here?
Okay, Pays was, and I think justifiably so, together with Lance.
I was shouting about my life. I wasn't flaming people. I never mentioned anybody's name. What are you talking about?
One of the struggling points, the top side always dependable within the LCK. And the fact that, particularly against Elk and On, they're able to have a performance like this, it's kind of mind-boggling.
Sorry, let me take that back. It's not just most in MSI. It's most in world history as well. Most
Any international.
any international. Pays breaking records in a final, nonetheless. In a game 2 where you're already up 1-0. Gen G,
This is ridiculous.
staying the path. And again, you brought up Pays struggling. He struggled in this tournament. Hell, Canyon has struggled in this tournament. He brought out the Nidalee. He's looked like a player revitalized. Gen G starting to feel like an impossible task, an impossible challenge. BLG doing what they can to hold on to the base here. Inhibitors are up. TP coming in. Canyon fishing for the angle. The ulti not going to connect. Chovy trying to time the Q3, but it doesn't hit. BLG want to go forward. 3 talents strike to hit Keen. Not to a lot of effect, however. They'll pop in.
Oh, what a huge play. What a huge play. That was sick, dude. Bin flash for that.
Doesn't hit. BLG want to go forward. 3 talent strike to hit Keen. Not to a lot of effect, however.
Flash in afterwards while he has the Ori ball onto him. So they 4-man shockwave. That is such a sick play. And Bin is able to click on Pays after that. That is mega. That was so sexy, man. I love how BLG just fucking sends it here. That is great. Oh, Night Flash too to keep Bin in range. Yeah, otherwise he has to keep the ball on him, right? So they double flash actually. So that they can make sure that they have the ball on him for the delivery of the shockwave. Man, that is such a good play by BLG. That was sick, man. That was gorgeous.
On flashes. Wait, look at mid lane. Canyon is going mid lane. They want to keep the pressure on. They got enough people out. Still 3 people escaped for
Man, I wish this BLG had showed up earlier.
Canyon also can look for a steal, but oh my god, BLG!
Or are they gonna do it? Remember, I don't know who wins which game. Like, for all I know, BLG. I don't know if BLG or Gen G wins this game, guys. So. Oh my god. Oh, it's too bad. They were too far behind. What an insane play from behind, though. Like, big props to BLG. So he gets another hook here. But now they have no flashes, right? So he has to use his Zonias, Keen engages. During Zonias, unfortunately. Canyon actually... Oh my god, Canyon's play here. He blast cone QRs. Wow, what a
The Nexus, the minions are on the Nexus, the super minions. Let me see the health. Okay, it must not be that much.
Oh, but the inhib is going to go down, so they can't go.
Oh my God. But they don't. I mean, the most important thing is they just don't get Elder there. And now they have to play with no inhibs, so it's going to be really hard for them. Mountain Soul already up. You know, they were going to have a problem killing people without these mega plays. They had to use, like, all their flashes in order to come back into this game. So it should be a pretty easy Elder take here. Oh, no, that's the... Wait, they go back? Oh, I'm surprised. Okay, so we have to wait this out. I mean, they get Elder because they got the kills onto Canyon, so they can't actually take it, but now we just wait. And we'll have a minute of Baron before we actually, with Elder Drake off. And they can't dive this, even with Elder Drake BLG. They can't dive under a turret, so we just wait for this to go away. And then we have a minute of Baron left.
And BLG, like at this point, that gold deficit isn't going to mean nearly as much. Gen G are still going to have to find a way to win a team fight if they actually want to end BLG here.
Perfect engage is no longer enough for Gen G. They need perfect follow-up. Chobi has to be there. They don't have the damage on their tanks to burst through the squishy targets anymore. Mountain Soul, I felt like it should have been it. So many moments felt like they should have been.
Hero play from BLG, though. I still think this is just, like, pretty unwinnable for them with the exposed inhibs.
This time around.
And we're just going to probably wait it out. I mean, why not just wait till the next Elder? Try and put pressure down, get the inhib down again. You can play for next Elder once the inhib's down. Well, there's another hook.
Set up there. The slow march forward from Gen G. Baron times out.
The combo is so good. Look at this. On thinks he's safe because you have Edge of Night, but Canyon Q Smite. Q Smite R. Perfectly done. Canyon with the huge play. Flash out of Shockwave. Okay. No more Baron. Oh, my mic cut out. Sorry, I hit it. Sometimes it does that. Are we back? We're back. So basically, a huge play by Canyon there for the Q Smite R into hook. There's another hook.
Credit to Canyon for the end. By Jungle Goat, he punishes On's positioning. On thought he was safe with the spell shield. Canyon went up, he smited it.
Are they trying to get him the penta? They're trying to get him the penta.
He punishes On's positioning.
27 kills. When was the last time we had a kill count this high in a professional game? That is crazy. Dude, the timer, they're just timing this. 28 kills, record. Never in tier 1, international record. Wow. It was really Lehens getting 28 kills, though. I feel like this, you know, this is like one of those things about League of Legends where it's like, what is the new kill record? It's like, wow, Pays with 28 kills, but it was really Lehens with 28 kills.
This is a game that no one is going to forget for many reasons. A new record. 25.
Look.
Canyon went up, he smited it off, hit the ultimate.
Look, Lehens, fuck you. Look at this. Look at this guy. Just give Lehens a high five. Holy shit. Touch the hand of Blitz God. Pays is like, I did it. I did it. I did it. It was me. It wasn't you. High five your friend. He can't even receive a high five properly.
28, the new record. 28 kills for Pays.
No one's beaten that
This is a game that no one is going to forget for many reasons.
What a beautiful game, though. That was a really fun one. I mean, even the comeback attempt, like, it wasn't even a throw by Gen G, guys. Like, that wasn't even a throw. That was just a fucking insane mega play by BLG with the Camille into Ori. That was great. I really enjoyed that game.
He's sent back to the drawing board once again.
The Odo Omne tweet is a banger. What did Odo Omne say? It takes me 2 splits to get 28 kills. I love Odo. He's so funny.
Try to figure out how to navigate the titanic task of taking down this Gen G lineup.
Like 30, 40 CS very early on. The problem was they had to sacrifice so much.
The real question is, will Odo Omne get 28 kills in Tier 1 again?
So insanely hard.
Yeah, and that problem was named Lehens. He was a big problem instantly with the Swifty boots roaming around the map, making pick after pick. He really enabled.
All right, so we're going to ban the Lucian here, and we're back to first picking Senna. So the strategy has changed. So they don't want to play into Senna or Lucian Nami. And so instead, all right, we still got the same bans over here. Remember, I'm surprised that Trist hasn't come out yet. Like, really, if you're going to blind pick something, why aren't we blind picking Trist for Chovy? Don't you guys find that a little weird?
The difference was Lehens individually. Without him overperforming. Magnificent performance on the Blitzcrank, followed up by Pays. That game is so much harder for the side of Gen G, but now it's the Senna, the neutralizing lane. BLG
Yone win streak, though. I mean, the Yone has had nothing to do with these wins. So now we're going to take Callista Ashe. The Ashe is left up, but BLG realized the Ashe was a bait. And they're not going to take Ashe Varus because they don't want On to blitz into them, and the Nautilus is already gone. Oh no, not Tom Kench, dude. All right, Jun's Nidalee. Here we go. They're trying to dissuade the Sejuani pick as well, so now we have to see Lee Sin. Cassante banned in second round. No Camille, no Tristana. We're not just going to take the Tristana. I'm surprised they don't want to R4 Tristana. What are they cooking here? Hui. Blind Hui. Why are we just blind? Why are we blinding these weird-ass champs? And also, we've seen Hui be strong into Tristana, so why are we banning Tristana if we're picking Hui? It's good into his ear. Nope, it's Jax. So they say, okay, we're taking Jax because it's Bin, and so you don't actually get TF, but why are we picking Jax when Keen is a fucking insane Rumble? So we're trying to go for a poke composition here. But Rumble's very good into poke comps because he can just equalizer your backline. And they just didn't have a ban. That's weird. They just didn't ban.
Could be an angle here.
The Poppy could be an angle. Keen played the Poppy into the Jax earlier this tournament. It is a winning matchup, but I don't like the. I think you have good primary engage, and if you have Ashe and you have the Rumble, you have really big backline threat between Rumble Hui here, right? This feels pretty good into a poke composition. You have a winning lane matchup in Rumble. You have a winning lane matchup here. Gen G should want standard lanes. I don't know. I'm not feeling this poke comp. They have no, BLG has no engage outside of like Leap Strike, Counter Strike. That feels really bad, honestly. And your poke line can get engaged on pretty easily. I prefer Gen G's draft here.
Broken Blade against Zeus, I think it was, even with an early kill. So hard to play it.
To keep there. I'm looking to create this super team for this purpose, to win championships.
Abyssal Voyage engage. I know we hate Abyssal Voyage engage here.
Knight trying to be back-to-back, but they are up against the wall here. Gen G have just pummeled them in the first 2 games of this series.
And it's important to remember that they did win. They pick up Knight, they immediately win Demacia Cup over JDG. They win the entire season. They were the best team in the league. There was no doubt. There was no dispute. Here on stage, making it back to finals, there was that glimmer of hope that they would show
With Hui and Lethality Callista, yes, but the backline is pretty safe, right? And you have good pick potential with the Ash Arrow.
Yep, problem for
We're not going to
BLG.
get. I mean, BLG is smart to lane swap here. They don't want standard lanes at all.
In the previous series here at MSI, so far in all of our rematches, we have had the
Is
same-
Orange just a better pick with Senna than Tom Kench? But teams, no, I do think it is in this meta, which is why I like that T1, you know, and actually BLG like switched it up. I'm really surprised. We are not seeing on play the Ornn here. But I think what they thought was the reason why they're playing Tom Kench here is because they're playing to disengage with a pick composition. Right? So the Tom Kench, I think, makes more sense here. Like, Ornn here would be kind of shit for them. So I like the Tom Kench in their composition. But the problem is like, their backline is still going to be threatened by Equalizer and Severing Bolt, I think. And possibly Ash Arrow, depending on positioning.
The Jace, when it comes to the TCC, not necessarily the best setup, but obviously an AD pairing, plus the fact...
Yeah, it denies Ash ult as well. Yes, Princess Master, that is also a very good point.
The Jax, though, that is a lethal 1-2, and those 2v2s, I think, are going to matter a lot. When we get to the mid to late stage of the game, it's also going to be about who can find the poke that sticks. Because on one hand...
Yeah, it is going to be poke wars.
That Jace-Nilly combination basically plays itself. Do have some struggles with actually initiating fights. For Gen G, it's really just Chovy, but Lahan's initiation can be quite powerful.
And the Gen G members...
But lane swap good, very good here, I think, for BLG. Although there is the argument that by putting Bin behind in lane swaps, you're actually neutralizing the biggest threat that BLG has, right? Because he's been their best player at MSI.
It's really going to have to be, I feel like, build up a snowball and try and get some siege potential there. Throw out the poke, see if you can get some stuff to land.
Particularly with poke comms, the moment you start falling behind, like not only is your...
You don't need engage if you outrange, outpoke, and have disengage. It depends. If you are second to objective, so the thing about poke compositions is that if you are, let's say, second to Drake, and your poke doesn't land, or you don't have enough time before they rush the objectives and you have no engage, then you just lose every objective. That's the problem. If you have time to control vision around an objective and make them play into you and poke them, then it can be very effective. And also poke compositions, if you can get Baron, are like, you know, they're like the best comps in the game with Baron. But it's hardest to get Baron with them reliably.
Combo that you are unable to spot in ahead. Then you walk into it, then you take an objective, and then that's the end of it. I don't know if that's going to be the case here for either team. We're going to have to take a close look at this early game. Right now, obviously, Gen G going to feel great because they have double AD carry, and they're...
And get back up to top side. Been pushing that wave at the tower right now as Shun finds visual confirmation here on Canyon.
This jungle matchup, another example of that volatility.
Did Bin pull the wave? I think Bin pulled the wave up there. I mean, Keen is going to get up there pretty soon, but Bin...
Matchup, another example of that volatility.
Did Bin pull the wave? Now, as Shun finds visual confirmation here on Canyon.
Yeah, Bin is trying to push this wave in.
Of that volatility.
Did Bin pull the wave? I think Bin pulled the wave up there.
That's good observation, my Kobe.
Keen is going to get up there pretty soon, but Bin actually denying a few of those minions by pulling it up, and then you saw on the minimap he kind of went up into the brush.
Also has a level lead. Not a lot, but experience still in favor of the Jaxer. Also, due to the lane swap meta, I think so much of the power of Rumble in lane in particular early comes from the fact that you have, with your Ignite, such an insane kill threat. But with lane swap, you can't really...
Rumble's so good into Jax, though.
Shun looks towards the bottom side of the map.
Pays and Lahan step very far up. The Abyssal dive is going to connect. Spear, though, doesn't. The quick flash out from Pays.
We saw this when, you know, basically... Zeus just manhandled in this matchup. You guys remember the unfortunate Broken Blade game? And that was in spite of the Jax having mega advantages, but the Broken Blade like went Phage first instead of Merc Dreads and wasn't great. Oh, we just get an Abyssal Voyage engage for free, I guess. We just don't feel like flashing. He thought he was on the edge of it. And he flashes afterwards and dies anyway. That's terrible. They also knew where Nidalee was because they have a ward. They have the Faker ward at Raptors, so they knew she was coming down. And yet we still didn't pre-flash the Abyssal Voyage. All right. That's a choice.
1, 2, 3. Elk on and Shun. Shun crucially arriving just as the wave is pushed.
Feels very bad.
Stone vision overstep and a really nice punish here for BLG.
All right, BLG, they get the successful play on the bottom side, and Bin is going to end up with a nice experience advantage here on top side, off of denying a bit with that pull, with that delay that On was able to get out as well for their lane. BLG actually setting up with a...
Yeah, heal and flash mega wasted. Now they're going to be vulnerable on the bot side. They could have backed off. They knew that Italy was coming. They could have just actually used their summoners to escape that potentially, or at least force more summons out of the bot side.
Should be able to grab this first objective. You mentioned earlier when you talk about poke, early advantages can be massive. Breaking open mid lane tower, if either side can find an edge there, the map just starts.
Send Senna. They've got Italy all the way up there. They get the alert that Genji just clean up the dragon, so it should be their Void Grubs.
Pace alone here, no summoners available, so he's going to have to be a lot more careful. Should have confirmation sooner, or at least a suspicion. There's the Hawk shot to confirm that both Elk and Shun currently towards the top side of the map. Chovy doing great, as he often does in this isolated 1v1. Knight not going to feel too bad. Imagine he might look towards a Hex Drinker early on to try and shrug off some of this poke, or you can also just go for the Mercs, so you don't get too much value against Genji.
Once Knight has that Hex Drinker, perhaps an offer.
So you'll notice, though, that Bin actually does go for Merc Treads first here. The real problem in the last one that we saw this matchup was that Broken Blade went Phage first, and it was Sorks for Zeus, so that matchup is actually just unplayable because you just get run down. I mean, Broken Blade didn't even have boots 1, so he just got run down.
Get some more pressure. I think bottom side though, you see Canyon moving in. He's level 6, and he's going to look for the red buff steal here as you get the reset. Coming through lane.
Have you crowned Chovy as Bonjour after this MSI? I mean, I think you have to, right? I don't even think it's remotely disputable now.
Snipe this away.
Trying to secure it, does get it, now needs to make it the hell out.
Like, the finals so far haven't been his best performance, but as a whole, he's put on a clinic at MSI. He's been absolutely amazing.
Particularly with the Nidalee, always want to try and stay ahead of the opposition. Incredibly strong power farmer. Canyon actually sitting on an experienced lead here. Of course, was farming while Shun went for the bot side play. Biggest reason why we see that is Knight doesn't have his teleport available, so doesn't really want to leave this lane, give Chovy more leads, but he's been pushed up continuously. And with Lahens now roaming around, keeping his mid laner safe, it's hard for BLG to find anything to do against this wave.
Chovy using the pressure here so well. Now getting the fear, the immediate follow-up, spiraling to spare. Severing Bolt, where's it going to go? Holds the cooldown. And Knight's just forced out a lane. Back steps to recall, crucially.
These little timing windows, I love that play. They combo it. They know that it's cancel, and they cancel it. They delay it for another wave. But hence, they use his timing there so nicely, and Chovy lays in the ultimate. They do get the flash out of Knight. Now the Jace is a kill target. He sticks around, and he should. Hence, they
usually. Oh wow! Now getting the fear, the immediate follow-up, spiraling to spare. Severing Bolt, where's it going to go? Holds the cooldown, and Knight's just forced out a lane. Back steps to recall, crucially.
These little timing windows, I love that play. They combo it. They know that it's cancel, and they cancel it. They delay it for another wave. But hence, they use his timing there so nicely, and Chovy lays in the ultimate. They do get the flash out of Knight. Now the Jace is delay it for another.
Back steps to using the pressure here so well. Now getting the fear, the immediate follow-up, spiraling to spare. Severing Bolt, where's it going to go? Holds the cooldown.
How do you counter Senna plus Tahm Kench? I mean, if they don't, support, engage on support is so important right now, guys, that, I mean, it's just kind of a bad combination because it's so easy to get poked out. And because then you have to find engage elsewhere, and then we see zero engage fucking comps like Genji's in game 1. Also, Blitz is an excellent counter into Tahm Kench anything. Also, Lee, you do is you wait for Tahm Kench to eat somebody, and then you kick the Tahm Kench into your team, and you kill both of them. So it can be very good. Oh, I hit my mic. All right, we should be back. All right, yeah, sometimes when I hit my mic, it just stops it from working temporarily. Blitz counter to Tahm Kench because basically when Tahm Kench eats somebody, then you kick the Tahm Kench and the person inside of Tahm Kench into your team. So historic counters to Tahm Kench have been Nautilus, Blitz, Lee Sin. That's another reason why Lee Sin was picked in this game. They couldn't pick Sejuani because Nidalee is very strong into Sedge in the 1v1, and because Lee Sin is a Canyon champ and is also good into Tahm Kench.
Oh, Sean, I like this angle.
Ben walking back, he's on vision. Keen walking up, thinks he has the angle for a positive trade as he's about to.
They had used that flash though from Keen.
Find the spear. A minion wave there. Keen standing inside of it. Counter strike for Ben available. They're playing this so patient, but Keen isn't really getting
windows. But Keen isn't playing into it at all. Knows I don't have flash.
Yeah, he's playing super cautiously. He has no vision in River.
Equalizer.
The wave pushing towards him. I think Ben is doing a really good job.
Yeah, return gang there. Sean on his way again. Keen just being kind of left out to dry. Canyon in no position to help.
But crucial is that they get some value here. Keen really cannot approach. Well highlighted equalizer on the way. But if the spear doesn't hit, this gank gets so much more difficult. No flash on Keen either. They don't want to take any risks. Rumble's damage is incredible early on, but BLG just happy to have the wave frozen as much as they can.
Wow, yeah, and they're still not even calling Canyon over to help him fix. Canyon's gonna go do Raptors. Keen is fine.
A hands rooted flashback in anticipation of the abyssal dive. It's a good play, but now Pays looking to follow up on Elk. Elk only level 5, backstep coming through for the hands. He gets the arrow down.
Oh, I love playing Tahm Kench into Ash Volley. Oops. Well, if Nidalee isn't here, this is a big win for Gen G. Hui is on the roam. Well, he gets one kill, I guess, maybe. Nope. Oh, it's such a disaster in the bot side. Man, Gen G's bot lane has been really good in the first couple of games, but they're playing so cavalierly this time. He Pays flashes forward, forces Elk's flash. Gets a nice root, which allows the Tahm Kench eat to come through. There's no mana on Pays. But really, I mean, this is obviously disengageable, especially because they have heal as long as the Nidalee isn't there. But Jun just flashes in. This shield's just too much from on. Shun's playing the bot side. I mean, Shun did really struggle in the last couple of games, but much better this time around. It's just a weird play, though, because, you know, grubs are coming up. Like, the call on the team before this play starts. Like, look at this. So, you know, Gen G is just being silly. Like, the call has to be, we want 6 grubs, 20 seconds until they spawn. We have pressure in mid lane because Chovy is zoning him out, right? Why are we trying to make these plays in the bot side? Just leave. Like, we don't have to get these kills. But you know exactly where Canyon's going because they just pressured out mid. And they're trying to make they're trying to make cross map plays. They're trying to bring Hui down into bot and take grubs at the same time.
The timing from Shun absolutely crucial there. And Gen G, they don't get the kill on Elk. And in the longer trade, Kench has so much sustain.
The bot lane plays keeping BLG alive. That's going to turn into their Dragon Plus. An instant teleport from Knight back to mid lane to try and get some turret plates. Canyon wants to punish him though.
Jumps in. No one else there to collapse, but the TP, they want to commit more resources. They're ready to fight for this. Chovy on the way, but the Dragon already gone. Abyssal dive out, anticipates it. Severing bolt onto on. Lays down the eye, roots up Elk. Decent ball of damage. Canyon ready to follow. Canyon with the kickback. Hens is here. Pays on the way. Canyon gives his life, but Knight stands for an extra second. It's just the 1-for-1. Elk now needs to get the hell out. Chovy chasing, severing bolt. Nice backstep from Elk.
Oh, he's stuck. Bin's on his way, but he doesn't have TP.
Q through for the extra healing. Chovy wants to finish, zoned away from the eye. Pays now following up, severing bolt. Side steps from Elk are so damn good, and he just can't go down.
Oh, he's dodging.
He keeps getting away. Elk is too damn clean with it.
Yeah, they get the turret though. That's the more important thing.
Maneuvers there from Elk. He escapes all 3 hunters.
The Swifties
And we just don't get grubs.
The turret will go down,
I guess.
BLG will deny Gen.G that kill.
Meanwhile, on top side, King gonna lay down his ultimate to push in and set up for the objective here. Void Grubs started up.
You look back at the start of this play, Lahen's proactive flash really pays off.
Really want to highlight again, Kench in a 1v1 is so insanely strong. His base damages and his health is so tough to deal with, and with the continuous...
Yeah, he is good in the 1v1, that's true.
And jungle again is such from Elk.
But really, it's just a weird play to even be making.
Canyon goes down immediately. Knight ends up going down, but he buys the space for Elk that he needs. And even without TPs available...
I think this is an unforced error from BLG as well.
We should keep track of. Oh, we can't run the whole clip, but he dodged everything and got out alive.
Incredible play from Elk, not to give away the shutdown. 2-0.
So Gen.G actually manages to get up to the 3 grubs, matching BLG.
Amping up besides him. 2-0-2 with the Witch Bane completed. It could be Knight in trouble.
That's the really nice thing about getting 3 Void Grubs early as a jungler is then you basically force the enemy jungle to second grub spawn, and if you want to, you can just go make a play on the other side of the map like Jun did. So you really you totally control the way that the enemy jungler is playing the game because they can't just sacrifice, right?
The collapse is coming. Gen.G used 2 ultimates there.
Coming in, Lahen's nowhere to go. Keen cut down by Shun on the Nidalee. The rumble.
The collapse is coming. Gen.G used 2 ultimates there.
Coming in.
Dude, why are we doing this without Canyon every time?
Shun though, ready with the primal surge in the Helix.
The collapse. The
I'd be so mad if I was Canyon. Like, what are his teammates doing? What is the...
that he needs, and even without TPs available, that's one dodge. And honestly, we should
gain from this.
Oh, we can't run the whole clip, but he dodged everything and got out alive.
Incredible play from Elk, not to give away the shutdown. 2-0-2 his scoreline now. 43 souls. He's getting more and more powerful. Shun.
We do an actual ranking post MSI to see where we stand going to summer. Yeah, I'll probably do a power ranking before the summer season starts. Like, we just gotta walk away. Oh my god, now we're taking tower shots and a million spears, and Canyon's not even there. They just overextend with the Kalista ult because they have not enough follow-up damage to get the kill on tonight. With Kalista ult into Ash Arrow. Canyon's just getting trolled this game. Alright, so we're going to go make a play on top side, right? Or we're going to go for Herald. Possible player changes or just current players post MSI. Yeah, but spoiler, Carmine Corp is still not a top 10 team in the world. Weibo might be, though. The most interesting top team roster move was Tarzan and Breathe the Weibo.
Knight as well, starting to get scarier. And again, the overstep here from Gen.G.
Where would you put G2 right now? I mean, I think you have to put G2 probably top 4. How can you argue it? They literally beat top esports. They destroyed them. They almost beat T1. Like, unless you think the only logical point you could make, I think, is that you think that Hanwha is better than G2, which I do not.
The Kalista ult and the Ash Arrow there, not getting more than the flash out of
the slow continuously.
Wrap around. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Pays is getting a bit of control. BLG with a sizable lead, yes. But Gen.G certainly not out of it yet.
We saw this in the series against TES as well, where Gen.G, once they thought they were in a good position in the game, really went and overforced a couple times inside. BLG are punishing them expertly, and we talked about the composition with the lead is going to have a great time, particularly for BLG.
Monty, we all know G2, KT clears G2. Yeah, KT secretly the best team. Only team this year to beat Gen.G in a best of series.
Shun is fully stacked on his Dark Seal on this Nidalee. Does not want to cut those stacks down, does not want to give away that bounty. A lot hinges on him. And if we go back to the composition, though, they don't have guaranteed setup for his spears landing, so he really has to play off of a lot of these slows. And a lot
TS played badly that series, though. I mean, but they had to lose twice. I mean, I could counter argument. Counter argument. G2 played badly versus T1 in the second best of 5. Counter argument.
Pays ready to keep this going. Going back, wants to finish off the kill that he started. Ben!
Beautiful. Beautifully done by Ben. He's such a Jax god. It's crazy.
Pays ready to keep this going. Ben going back.
Look at this. He just plays off of the flame spitter going down. So nice.
Clutch in the 1v1. Way too close there for Keen. The ultimate team of Gen G was headed down to the bottom side, and Bin is good for a kill.
And that means that, yes, Gen G will get the second dragon, but the top lane turret falls as the ultimate.
Arrow hits, but it hits Lahen's body blocking. Excuse me, not Lahen's on. Still trying
Oh,
to
you
walk
got
away.
knocked out of Abyssal Voyage.
300 health from the Italy heal, and Lahen's and Chovy just can't finish the job.
Keep their eyes on Chovy.
All right, we got 2 Drakes, though.
He's really going to become a big threat.
Dude, Ocean Soul is actually huge in poke versus poke comp. Because if you get Ocean Soul, you just have such a crazy poke advantage.
And the top lane turret actually sitting on a sizable gold lead. But I do think for BLG, you want to try and keep this way down. Eventually, the team fighting against this champion becomes so obnoxious with the amount of AoE damage in CC.
When we talked about the compositions earlier, it was about poke. It was about early leads. Shun takes away the edge of Knight, and BLG have that lead. They have that advantage. 1K for Knight, 1.2 for Shun. The second they start to knock down these towers, Gen G are going to run out of lanes to play in.
All right, Gen G. They got to get their reset off. BLG fighting for their lives here and doing quite a good job of it. Now they turn their eyes towards
The late target mid-flight.
it's kind of risky.
All right, skipping forward here a little bit, guys.
So he's just playing it safe here, staying out of vision, soaking experience, knows that he is on the weak side of the map as the rest of the Gen G members.
See, Ben actually understands where his jungler is on the map, unlike everybody else in this series.
A bit of a bold call, but we'll give him a small edge, a small bit of additional XP, that much closer to level 12 as BLG begin their onslaught in the mid lane. Spears flying, not going to connect.
Wave clear is really bad here, actually, for Gen G. They need wave for wave clear.
And Gen G, they just have to be aware of the Tom Kent's positioning here when they look for their Ash arrows.
Ooh.
Got to be aware of their own positioning too, and those spears.
Can't afford to let any more land. Shun hiding the spear as much as he can.
Wave clear, very good.
Lance wants to try, but he knows as well this Italy is hunting.
Herald's going to be used.
Oh, they hit him. Oh, yes. I got excited. He had a cleanse, whatever. Actually, terrible equalizer. Whoops, we forgot he had cleanse, guys.
Just pushing, so Gen G is going to be forced with the Earth gone. They don't really have a great way to start the fight. Someone needs to answer bin.
They could have gotten that if they had not put equalizer down as well. They needed to save that to actually just zone people off the turret. I think they could have gotten mid tier 1.
Rest of the poke up here, squeeze in and whittle down.
Mid lane tower still standing as Canyon clears out the wolves.
Going down.
The pressure does its work. Slowly but surely, the 4-1 split push with all of the poke damage coming down.
There's also, again, we keep talking about it because it's so big. There is no Ornn. There is no Sejuani. There is nothing that can hard force fight. There's no Nautilus either.
I mean, there's an equalizer.
Gen G themselves.
There's an equalizer and an Ash Arrow. Those are plenty good forms of non-committal primary engage.
It's Canyon or bust. I guess Lahen's can hit an arrow, but we saw that is really hard. It's cleanse.
No, it's not hard. You just don't hit the one person with cleanse.
Such a difficult game now for Gen G to play out. The rain we hear the projectile.
Yeah, Gen G
Tom Kent can save somebody, but I mean, then he's standing on equalizer.
Keeps on catching.
BLG.
Fortunately for him, BLG move over towards the river.
Plus, if Tom Kent saves somebody, then Canyon can make the ward hop kick play. You know what I mean?
Double poke.
Like they should just be Gen G should be ready for Tom Kent to eat somebody.
They're already sitting on a Drake advantage
with the Lee Sin.
Try and play, and I think they're looking to use their one-win condition, which really is Chovy. As it also looks, I haven't talked about this yet. Keen might be going for the Battle Rumble, something we saw him pull out. So he's going to go Rift Maker and then go for a very tanky build.
Yes, this is Keen's build. He's had this. Thank God Chronicler is an LCK caster, so he can actually discuss this. Where he goes Rift Maker into like Jack Show.
Wow, with tower aggro.
Patience waits till he sees the equalizer. Canyon, does he want to follow? Isn't in range yet. Would have to flash for the commit. Severing Bolt. Gen G really trying to hard force here.
Yeah, they are trying to hard force because they want to get Soul Point.
There, Canyon stepping out.
Pace is low.
Abyssal dive. forced to flash on, getting lower and lower.
Nice job.
Time to pop the thick skin, and suddenly Knight's caught out. Knight isolated, severing Vulcan a hit, just a bit of extra damage. Lahen's now on the run. W hits.
Knight perma-slowed. Lahen's using Ghost. Oh, he actually gets the crab speed, so he gets out.
Soul points.
That's the big thing. The Drakes can mitigate so much of what BLG composition can do.
Yeah, dude. The soul point is the Ocean Soul is so big.
9K getting lower.
TP? Whose TP is that?
That's the big thing. The Drakes can mitigate so much of what BLG composition can do.
Uh-oh. The bin TP?
9K getting lower.
They don't know.
Jax on the side. Genji cannot see it coming. He's got flash. In the clutch. And when it counts, Bin is here. Chovy flashless. They spot him in time, but now it is Elk who's been caught. It's a beautiful collapse from Genji. BLG thought they had
Oh, June gets the kill on the Ashe. The Ashe kill doesn't really matter, though.
Forced to flash away. TP coming in.
Okay, you're going to get this Drake, surely?
Keen flashing out the follow from
Yeah.
Bin. Bin wants to finish in the extra shield, an extra bit of time. Third
They're trying to disengage now.
in the middle of the river, trying to run down Canyon. Chovy running as well. Good bit of fear. Canyon in the midst. The follow-up is instantaneous, but Knight. Extra bit of
All right, Canyon.
Drake for Genji.
Everybody's just mental booming this series.
Run down Canyon.
Canyon has the Lee syndrome, guys.
Good bit of
He's like, okay, I Q2 onto Knight, and then I kick June, and then I flash E him.
turns it back.
But that doesn't kill him.
Stands tall. The Q, the follow-up, the slow. Knight should just be able to finish this fire like despair, but despair for who?
And Keen's the only one who lives. Is he gonna die too? He's going down.
Elk chasing Keen, overheated, out of options.
Yeah, you're not going to get that execute, buddy.
Keen does a ton of damage. Will finally get the equalizer.
Oh, the equalizer.
Overheated.
He actually just gets equal. He's at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 onto equalizer.
Does a ton of damage. Will finally get the kill, the equalizer.
Baron is up. Baron is up. BLG. They can try and take his objective. No one can stop them. Only Bases. The hands are alive.
But not enough. BLG. A beautiful.
The stagger kill is so good, though. I mean, they just pick up enough kills in the end that they can go directly to Baron uncontested. Canyon making that play, man. I don't know about that one.
Stands tall. The Q, the follow-up, trying to run down Canyon.
I think they get out. Like,
Well, good.
Knight is respecting the fact that he has Q2 on him.
An extra bit of time. Third Drake for Genji.
Or Q1 on him, rather, right? Like, Knight is respecting the fact that Canyon has Q1. And he's walking away. Tom Genj doesn't have Devour. They actually just throw the game here.
And on stands tall. The Q, the follow-up, the slow. Knight should just be able to finish this fire like despair, but despair.
It doesn't matter if Rumble gets this kill, though, because they still give up Baron. You don't need Elk to get the Baron kill. And now you have the fucking... It's like I said earlier, guys. If you actually get Baron with the poke comp, the siege becomes so crazy.
Wasn't able to kill Shun. That felt like the turning point because Chovy was playing it back, and we saw this.
If he kills Shun there, then they can't Baron, which would have been huge, but he doesn't get it.
You need to play it slow. Wei is so strong as the cannon gets the final order on the turret.
They tried. The eye not going to proc there.
Knight got back there for some local gold too. Now the split push though that we're looking for. The siege continues. The siege continues. BLG looking to get inside the base.
And again, if BLG can take all these tier 2s and push Genji back, no wave to play on top side. Bin bringing in a wave mid. Good news for the side of Genji is Keen's already pushed out.
H for Genji. Chovy still only sitting on 2.5 items, and they can keep dodging, but these minions are still going to do a whole lot of work. And Bin, meanwhile, in the side lane, I don't think there's anyone that can really match him.
Keen keeping the pressure up though, hoping he can maybe get a tier 2 back. Bin now recalling, does not have the TP.
Look at the faith here Genji have in their wave clear. They actually sent Canyon to counter jungle. Canyon's counter jungling right now while the rest of the team defends against the BLG siege. Keen's gonna get the tower. Canyon's gonna get the rapid.
Pretty huge.
He's working on Crux
Solo
tier 2.
local gold on a tier 2 for
They're so
Keen.
good at just getting little bits back, even in the face of all of this BLG pressure.
And here, Elk dies immediately. So much of the gold and the sustained damage is gone. But because the health bars are so low, it's really hard for Genji. The mobility from Shun ends up being huge. And then here you see Bin is going to overchase for Keen, who's going to take him on a merry journey. They get the dragon, and then here I think Genji gets just a little bit overexcited. With Wei, I don't think that BLG can actually chase, but Canyon going in and then not getting the kill on Shun is absolutely pivotal.
But you can see that slight moment where there's miscommunication.
Yeah.
Where Chovy burns all of his skills and then Canyon follows up. It's the little things in a final, in a tense game, in a game where you're at a disadvantage that can cost you. Lance waiting off to the side. And the Rumble is still hitting. The composition is still powerful.
Thing is, we're not going to have Baron buff around. Baron buff is expiring, and now we're going to be going into Soul. But the gold lead is pretty crazy now for BLG.
Just watching Chovy walk up at 70% HP.
And one dragon that could be the difference. This dragon arriving. Genji invested a lot trying to get that, but it's going to be really hard for them to steal away or sneak it away somehow.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Extra movement speed.
A lot trying to get that, but it's going to be really
Well, the poke is too severe now. I think I do fear it is over.
somehow.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
oh, okay. Extra movement speed coming in. Lahens does make it out. Dawning Shadow, not going to connect. Would have finished the kill. BLG.
Throw down a bunch.
There isn't
They're
that
gonna
much
go
you
for it.
see on BLG, and oh my god, Gen G, they're going to try nonetheless.
They want that Ocean Soul.
Canyon off to the side, spotted.
Just taking the free poke up front.
No creative angles, endless poke coming in. Chovy getting lower and lower. The arrow.
Yeah, arrowing the Tahm Kench, not ideal. And they use Whale.
Still 5 members. Spears coming in. Senecuse over the top. BLG bowling.
Far behind when it comes to gold.
Okay, so they get pushed off by via poke.
Knock up, interrupt on
So we look for a play somewhere else. So what Gen G does, Lahens looking for an opportunity, actually has vision on the Jax.
Retake play.
take play. Knock up, interrupt on the pin. Least it goes in. Kick back to the wall and finishes him. Pays.
All right.
Genji, 1 kill over
Respectable.
Now the knockout coming through, though. BLG want to extend the
Great equalizer.
equalizer across the team. And now it's
Great
BLG
flash.
down. Keen comes
Huge play by Keen.
Watch the follow-up is incredible from Pays. Elk now
And now maybe we can Baron.
Genji, who turned back to the Baron.
Can we Baron?
30 seconds here. The cross map. Now they continue to apply pressure though, trying to siege up and get the recalling.
Why I was
Teleport,
scared.
teleport, teleport.
That's a so there is no way for either team here. We'll see if BLG.
All right, just to check the Baron, just to make sure they're not going to go for the rush there.
Chovy doesn't have TP again. Remember, used it for the earlier mid contest. So there is no way for either team here. We'll see if BLG can find an opportunity.
This game is so intense, and Genji showing the value of investing in cross.
Thing is, Gen G can still win this game. Like the arrows and equalizers are huge.
Side of the map.
You're
Arrow goes
fishing.
Right down the middle.
Shock blast, bit of poke onto Keen. Relatively tanky compared to the rest of the lineup.
That's
Spear.
important. Look at that. He's already building towards that Jack shows. Keen is going to be one of the main tools with his shield when we get to the late stage of the game to try and deal with a poke. And don't forget, Genji got the soul. Or sorry, soul point. They got the dragon. Oh, that poke though, still
hurts, but Keen has to be respected. You saw in the previous fight, if he overheats with this build on that squishy backline, all of BLG will get burned down. BLG, though, continuing to move up towards the Baron. The fight for mid-wave prio, absolutely lethal. A single spear connects. It could be the end of this game 3 for Gen G.
crucially. You see BLG, they respect the damage that Chovy has as well. Because if they start up Nash, they're sitting in that pit and Chovy just throws skill shot. It might not
Shock
be
blast
enough.
onto Chovy.
Huge damage.
BLG hesitate for a second. Again, the CC options aren't great.
They don't know
especially
yet.
when Bin doesn't have a flank. Canyon doesn't hit. Follow-up is good. Equalizer to kick things off. Bin immediately into the backside to buy space for the rest of the team. Forced to flash away, but he's bringing the spiraling back despair backwards. Interrupt there. Bin saved for a brief moment, but now it's Gen G winning the fight. Slow and extended. Lahens keeps the pressure up. BLG
They're
forced
cornering
back into their own side.
Chovy has TP. So
Mid-wave.
he might want to look for a back.
They're in enemy territory. How do they get back? BLG ready to fight. A single cooldown, a single misstep could turn it. BLG still have the poke composition.
The sustain there from the Senna, from the Nidalee, doing wonders for BLG.
Oh, nice! The spear fall doesn't connect, but it does not matter. The instant flash out from Lahens and Lon knows this is his time, but Genji immediately fire back. 2 members down, 1 on both sides. The route onto Canyon. BLG not in position. Spear fall doesn't connect, but a single cooldown, a single misstep could turn it. BLG still have the poke composition.
The sustain there from the Senna, from the Nidalee, doing wonders for
Oh, nice.
Have the poke composition.
the sustain there from the Senna,
Dude, the
from
opportunity.
Nidalee, doing wonders for BLG.
The opportunity shock blast, massive. But Tahm Kench is very good at primary engage, guys. Tahm Kench rules. I love Tahm Kench in this meta. He does so much. He knocks up a Rumble and then instantly dies.
Immediately fire back. 2 members down, 1 three. Genji retreating, calmed, cold, disciplined, knowing this could cost them, but Keen ready for the turn, ready for the setup, ready to try and burn down. Balanced in this moment in game 3. Genji retreating, calmed, cold, disciplined.
Keen gets hit by a shock blast here. Tries to turn on to Knight. I think he has to just all in. I think they just have to all in. I think if Keen commits here and he doesn't turn around, Knight dies because Canyon's on the follow-up. Look at this. He turns away at the last second. If Keen doesn't turn here, Knight dies.
BLG, they've got an angle on Baron. They're going to start it up.
Oh, and Genji no, but I don't think they can do anything about this. Jovi's going to try and TP in. They don't have a jungler pace. Once they get the back, the spell shield will save him.
They're looking for
The soul.
for the setup,
They're
for
gonna
the
try and
soul.
trade.
BLG, though, they've done it. They've gotten the Baron. Baron empowered.
As long as you keep Genji within your distance, that's 100% going to be worth it. Lands dies towards the side as well. And then now it's just a shooting gallery as Genji just don't really have a way out. So he can keep landing. And again, Keen forced.
How did Paze die?
Doesn't get it in Canyon this time around. Doesn't get for it.
Pace right back up. BLG, they've got an
Oh, he
angle
doesn't.
on Baron.
I'm being
They're
stupid.
going to start it up.
Oh, and Genji no, but I don't think they can do anything about this. Jovi's going to try and TP in.
They've done it. They've gotten the Baron. Baron empowered recalls. They can reset and get out to the Dragon.
Dice all in here.
The
kickback.
Man, I just haven't been impressed with the Tom Kench picks this series. And the irony is, like, the Tom Kench is going to win twice.
Is ready to punish, but they've turned back onto the back. The follow-up isn't.
Here we go. It's time for another Abyssal Voyage engage, guys. Surely it'll work this time. Oh, he just gets kicked in. Ha!
On kickback, the follow-up isn't there. Canyon too keen to start the play.
Up, we flashed the Abyssal Voyage. We countered the engage with an equalizer.
Is ready to punish, but they've turned back onto the
And now we get a double kill onto Paze, and we get Soul.
and Genji plenty missile dive gonna connect on the Keen. It's a beautiful equalizer.
Knight literally just... Why is he jumping on top of the minion? He mistimes it. Knight, buddy. What the fuck, man? He's like, yep, now's the time for hammer form.
On kickback, the follow-up isn't there. Canyon too keen to start the play. Watch him as he goes. He's ready to punish, but they've turned back onto the there goes my hero.
Yes, that's right. Give up Soul.
No way. That's all.
3 Ocean Drakes with Ocean Soul is pretty crazy for playing into a poke team.
BLG though, what can they do? Still a minute and 20 seconds on this Baron buff.
It's insult to injury, though, because they've spent so much of their Baron buff time trying to contest an objective that they ultimately lost. And the fight seems over-eager at first, but it's a beautiful turn.
And Genji know they have to work their way through this Tom Kench health bar to start out these fights. So Lahens just keeps arrowing on the Tom Kench. They get the first kill on the DK.
I go Knight just immediately gets hit by a fear and dies.
And Knight, I think he tried to time a lot of his burst there.
He tried to time his burst around the TP, but he failed. And also, it was just not a good idea to close the gap.
And in the previous fight, Knight, it was the shock blast, the knockback onto Keen to make sure he didn't drop. But in that fight, he was the problem. But Genji are getting stronger.
Just get an attack off here and there. The regeneration is going to do wonders for Genji.
Jovi now also sitting at 4 items. He's actually going to be able to just clear these waves as Canyon.
Canyon threatening, severing bolt, kicks it back. Caught out, but Tom Kench there to deny the arrow follow-up. Canyon's the one who's going to take the chunk, but they get a crucial cooldown. Elk, 120 souls. He's only getting scarier on out with the Abyssal dive. Will stay standing, but you can see how much stronger Genji have become.
There was no equalizer there, and now the Baron buff is timed out. Canyon got the flash. They got the Devour. We'll see if that's enough to look for an angle.
Big peel on the arrow there as well. Lahens buying some space for Canyon to escape afterwards.
Down in this arena.
God, this game is so tense.
Commentators, the tension palpable. All of Chengdu ready to rally behind BLG, but knowing that the job is not done despite the lead for Poke. But again, it's about control. You need the vision advantage if you want to make it easy for yourself. And Genji are overloading the top side of the map.
We're getting to the point where it might become about how much can Elk do versus.
I mean, the
how much
gold
can
gap
Elk
is
do,
basically
right?
meaningless at this point in time.
Approach
Jackstro's finished for Keen. Ocean Soul, such a good advantage for Genji.
So much of these fights have come down to the zone control, particularly for Genji. I think their poke is worse, but if you take a fight in a bad angle, you are going to get shredded in seconds. The equalizer plus way combo is so devastating.
And it's moments like this.
Your jungle goat.
The jungle goat.
Oh, Jay done for Knight, so he can play way more aggressive. Flash available as well for this chase.
Shun, 607. Knight, 2.1k gold ahead. The poke is there. Bin at 3 items. BLG have the tools, but they have to play flawlessly. If anyone on either side gets picked, this game will end.
All of the hopes of the LPL rest on BLG's shoulders right now. A critical turning point. Can they do it?
Arrow to start. Devourer already gone. Keen, is he ready for the follow? Bin off to the side. Genji staying grouped as 5. They don't want to expose themselves, leave any weaknesses. Shun coming over the wall. Again, lack of CC means it's so easy for him to find these
Playing
angles.
dodgeball.
It's so hard to be punished. Brute follow-up. Knight zoned away for a moment.
Not in love with that equalizer, but
Shun coming over the wall. Again, lack of CC means it's so easy for him to find these
Playing
angles.
dodgeball.
It's so hard to be punished.
they're trying to use the Severing Bolt combo, see if how far they can get Knight down. Okay, so they use, but there's a very limited window of time before Knight gets healed up by Senna and Nidalee. And now they see that there's an opportunity here onto the Tahm Kench. He completes the Abyssal Voyage, but Canyon has a ward hop, so they're able to... Oh, he gets over the wall with the flash. That's unfortunate. Canyon has to flash out. Bin is in on the flank. They need to get healing off of the Ocean Soul by hitting the minions or champions, though.
He took a couple of pieces of fruits and he's already looking fine.
Yeah, Elk is getting pretty skewing work for BLG. Both sides continuing the siege.
It's a battle of attrition. It's the Ocean Soul versus the healing of this Nidalee and Senna. Genji pushing out mid first, moving into the Baron, threatening. BLG don't have the vision, and Genji, Ocean Soul just makes it so easy to sustain on, getting chunked out. Chovy well and truly online. The arrow into the equalizer. It's a beautiful combo. On, taken out. Bin waiting for the blue tangle, but one is down. And in goes Bin. The flash forward. The counter strike. Into the a little bit of poke from the shockwave onto Lahan's. Vulnerable, but again, the Ocean Soul just makes it so easy to sustain on, getting chunked out. Chovy well and truly online. The arrow into the equalizer. It's a beautiful.
So they use everything, though. They use everything in order to kill the Tahm Kench. And then the turn. And Bin is huge. Oh, the flash stun. Beautiful by Bin. Oh, man. Huge play. Huge turn. Killing the Tahm Kench is useless. You can't focus the Tahm Kench like this every time, guys. Like, the Tahm Kench is a piece. He's just a turd. He can't do anything. He's useless. Why we use everything on him to kill him? Equalizer, arrow. Just walk into all their poke. Use all of our ults on that. Jesus Christ. Keen too, man. Look at this. Nobody's marking Bin on the flank here. He just walks into it. They have no vision in this brush, so they're just getting poked the whole time. Oh my god, they ignore Bin. What a fail by Genji. Bin just gets a free flank. They like give him a flank. Dude, the Tahm Kench is just bait. All right, that's it. Surely that's it. That's the end of the game. Wow, what a weird game. That's a really weird game, guys. Not often that you see two poke comps against each other, especially in this meta at this tournament. It's like the first one we've had. All right, guys. I need to go to the bathroom, grab some food. I'll be back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to go get some food. Eating my Factor Honey Dijon pork chop. It is delicious. Grilled pork chop with green beans. Very nice. There's a yellow dot. Oh, I see it. There you go. It's gone. The 1 pixel that was bothering you. Senna's abomination. We're all malding over Senna. Okay, so final game of this series. Here we go. We're maintaining the Corki, Aurelian, Soul bans because Knight has no answer to that. Now we're banning Cassante again. Also maintaining the Talia Ari bans. I think that's wise. Lucian, Senna first pick. Okay. Please no Tom Kench. Please no Tom Kench. No Thomas Kench. So they took the Nautilus away. Please just play Ornn. Please just play Ornn.
I'm just warning everyone. Coming into the tournament makes sense, and let me tell.
Is this a farming Maokai? Is this a farming Maokai? I like it better than the Thomas Kench.
Really tough early game matchup to navigate.
Any plans for an LFN League show with Richard Lewis? Richard doesn't know anything about League and doesn't care about it, so no. If a smoked barbecue plate in front of me, am I jealous? I mean, sure. Depends on what it is. Is it good? If it's shit, I'm not jealous.
And they're going to double down. Worked last game. They like the poke. The AD plus AP poke. Choose your poison here. I thought Knight had a really good game.
Thank you for the bits.
But the
Doc-
unbanned, so they go this
Dow,
one
okay, Dow.
instead. It does have a really good pushing power as well. I've got my eyes on the Twisted Fate again. When you have Twisted Fate and Tristana, you have so much power to quickly push waves and then play the map in a really wide area. Plus,
All right, so we finally get a Tristana in this series, and we're banning the Hui, which has been an answer to it. I guess Canyon just wants to play the Lee Sin in the Nidalee. Canyon wasn't the problem last game for the most part. I mean, his team was just cross-map inting, so whatever. We still have an ADC on the side of BLG, which is interesting. Are we going to take out Varus, too? Yeah, we're going to take out Varus and see what they do. It's not impossible that Elk could play Tristana. You could play Tristana, especially if you're going to lane swap. If you think that this is a support Maokai, or you don't know yet, but this is Senna, and you want a lane swap, then having Tristana with a Demolish proc support could be very good. Could be very good.
An AD pickup here can save the counter pick for Bin. No,
I mean, when in doubt,
Really?
bet on the
I don't love this Zeri pick.
storm of whatever Gen G had put together, trusting in Shun and his early game power to take them.
I mean, Betty was a good Zeri earlier in the tournament, but I think the range advantage is like really huge, and Zeri feels really bad into Maokai. Zeri feels really bad into Maokai.
To 3 items.
It's also like Zeri wants to go all in, but we have the longer range here. Why can't we just pick Ezreal? Why is nobody picking Ezreal this tournament? They want to lane swap. You're playing into Senna. Just play Ezreal. Just play Ezreal.
Both the Trist and the Zeri here. Gen G.
Okay, we blind Rumble. Twisted Fate's still up.
They got plenty of
A lot of options left available. Only the Corki, the Asoul, the
haven't seen it really prioritized.
So Chovy gonna play Azir. Chovy's Azir, obviously Mega.
Tristana can obviously buffer the ultimate and has a lot of early game pushing power that Azir doesn't deal with as well anymore as Keen last game. Not
BLG looking.
So we're back to the Camille.
His best to match with the Azir.
So it's, I don't know, BLG's comp feels a little janky. Like, maybe you can lock somebody down, but like getting a big Zeri ult seems really hard because you're trying to play from range a lot of the time. The Camille and the Zeri want to go in. The Nidalee and the Trist might want to stay out. Nidalee can go in. I mean, Trist can go all in too, but I don't know. It feels like having something with a little bit more poke or range would be a little bit better here. Also, you're trying to play into Maokai. Seems kind of hard to do with BLG's composition because if you go all in, you just get Maokai ulted. And you're in Flame Spitter range or you get pushed out with Azir. Whereas Genji is a much more, you know, front to back. It's a support Maokai, but it'll be a farming Maokai. And if they get a lane swap, it feels pretty good for Genji, I think.
Going to a Nautilus lane that can always set you up as well. Game 5.
I'm not in love with the Zeri pick with this comp.
The same thing happened, but on the reverse, right? BLG went up 2-0. Genji fought back and then still got slammed down. Most people coming into today were expecting a free 0 or free 2 rather one way or another. Chovy does have his Azir, one of the champions he has been excellent on, but I do agree, particularly with how the early game in that last game played out. Genji are going to have to play a lot.
Pork chop's pretty legit, guys. From Factor.
Find amazing team fights. This time around,
Honey Dijon pork chop. It's nice.
Has got to get them to that mid game.
I'm going to cut it up into pieces so I don't have to keep cutting it while I'm watching this game. It really feels just like comfort picks, though. It really feels like comfort picks from BLG, like getting the Camille up, getting the Nautilus for on. They're just trying to return to comfort. I don't know about this Zeri, though. If this was Ruler, I might have a different opinion, but...
I was there for G2T1 as crowd going insane here. Understandably, BLG extending their life in this series, and it's shown on Nidalee again.
Trying to poke. Any damage that they can get to stick would be nice to have. It is the Halo Blades for Chovy versus a bit of extra healing on the side of Knight, Fleet Footwork. Both sides relatively reserved level 1s.
Lane swap in action here. Zeri up to the top side for BLG and
relatively reserved.
Now, it feels like it's even hard to potentially play Zeri in lane because the Maokai, right? I think they just didn't read that it was a Maokai support.
Both sides relatively reserved level 1s.
lane swap.
Like the combo of W, you know, Maokai W into Rumble or into Lee Sin is crazy. Like it feels really easy to kill Zeri this game.
Without the answer.
Are going to see Pays and Lands. Let's go for standard path and Keen. This time going for the Ghost. Supposed to the Flash. He went for last time around. Imagine he's going to go for the same build that he did last game. His Equalizer in particular really needed to be more on the mark, and that's something that Genji's going to rely on in this game as well.
Definitely are. Knight stepping up. Satchel Charge expected to win the early trades, but respecting the potential of the Halo Blades to turn it back, so gets the cooldown. Backs off has been. The bottom lane, tough to survive, dives against the Maokai who can so easily reset tower aggro.
Going for experience!
But he wants that XP. Walks up and gets a creep? 2 creeps?
It's not bad, right? With the shields, plus the healing, actually takes not that much damage. Maokai level 1, not offering too much.
Good bit of poke.
Second trade though.
This is tough. Bin trading almost his entire health bar just for an extra creep of XP. Is Knight really trying to capitalize on the level 2 for the Tristana? Big chunk.
Turret!
Knight though has the reset, of course, because he does fully proc the Satchel Charge, so Keen's gank just really not effective.
Meanwhile, Bin goes for the reset after trading most of his health bar for a couple of melee creeps worth of experience. See if he can get back out to the other side now.
Whoa, Bin fade.
Walking back.
You have a ward.
Trying to get spotted, but on is here. Flash out, Canyon, still rooted by the auto. Now Mike.
The other side now.
Whoa, Bin fade.
Walking back.
You have a ward.
Trying to get spotted, but on is here. Flash out, Canyon, still rooted by the auto. Now might try to follow. But the Wolves will reset on using the
All right, Canyon just trying to protect against the dive here.
Now it's Chovy who has to be careful as Gen G have 3 members
Keen on bot side. Bin trying to get into the brush to soak some XP. He gets pushed off.
Quadrant to blue quadrant, chasing Canyon out. Now Canyon has nothing to feed on. No more camps on their lane swap side of the map. And if Nidalee gets accelerated...
Yeah, this Nidalee's doing really well so far.
Then we have seen what Shun can do.
There was also already a ward towards the one play that Canyon could make, which is that gank towards mid.
So basically, you know, Jun's start here, Jun's weak side start, has now caused problems for Canyon because we had an invade from the support while Zeri solo farms up in the top side. And we still get to push it under turrets. So let's see how things are going here. I mean, basically Bin did get some XP out of the top side, so levels are even amongst top laners. Canyon has to flash here because On comes in. And Hex flashes him.
No real play available as Chovy, no flash.
Go in, the hook, the flash back. It connected on the wall. Chovy couldn't take the risk. And the struggle here is
Triple jungle quadrant is pretty good for Jun. Yeah, it's great for the Nidalee. But here's the downside, guys. When you just make a play like that in the mid side, remember that there's an extra teleport that's available, and Lehens actually gets to collect this wave up here. And they give Keen the XP here with Pays. So because, you know, this is like one of those unique things with Senna in the lane swap. So you still have the support item here, right? So this is actually a pretty good way to deal with this problem. And it's less important if the Maokai dies. And they probably can't dive this Maokai anyway. And Maokai's going to be much less vulnerable to being dove. First off, he hits level 3. But he's also a Maokai with a Doran's shield. They can still dive him, though, potentially. But Keen's going to get an edge here. And if they dive the Maokai, Keen can just TP into top. Lehens has Aftershock as well. Oh my god, they did not. Level 1 Nautilus. Level 1 Nautilus takes the aggro. What the fuck, man? Why is level 1 Nautilus taking the aggro?
For the guarantee.
He also dodges spear with W. That's huge. That's super nice by Lehens. Do you really dive the level 3 Maokai? I mean, I think they can kill him if it's not level 1 Nautilus tanking. I mean, it's a great TP play by Gen G. That's really good on-the-fly decision-making because you can still farm up the Rumble with the Senna in the bot lane. And then now what you can do is you can recall, reassign your lanes, get the Maokai together with the Senna again, and Rumble will be able to farm. It's a mega W dodge, though.
But he twisted advance. The spear goes right through in his Aftershock, and tower shot is enough.
I mean, a millisecond late on the spear. The hitbox almost gets him right. It becomes untargetable. Shun, that has to hurt. Of course, he still has the lead, but unfortunate. They lost so much pressure on the top side. In the meantime, Pays was still pressuring on bot.
Lehens just got a full Bomby Cinder there on the Maokai. Let's see how Giga he can get this game. Meanwhile, Shun, no, the Nidalee, the farm lead.
Oh, this is a very dangerous moment for Keen. He just TP'd back. But Bin isn't here just yet. We'll see if Shun is willing to cancel. Doesn't look like it's the case. So, Dean should get this crash in here. It's going to be fine.
Now we resume normal lanes as Keen forces out the top. Knight jumping in. Wants to practice satchel charge for the reset. Quick control ward dropped. Knight keeping the pressure up mid lane. Obviously favored in these early trades.
So Keen gets a very solid advantage from this, though. And this is just Gen G playing around, you know, having the extra TP.
Back into the meta in the first place is you need guaranteed point and click CCs. Knight.
Turbo Shock Rocket will not connect no matter how loud it is.
Yep. Good movement there from Knight. Just moves down to his
Dude, Super Galaxy Rumble is still the most annoying skin in League of Legends. Why is he like 10 decibels louder than any other skin?
Starting the objective, BLG with a push out bottom lane, slowly building pretty meaningful advantages. Yes, the Maokai has 1,000 gold ahead, but not too big of a problem at this stage of the game. The Drake, however, we've seen Drake stacking in every single game in the finals thus far. BLG gonna look to get an edge there. Is on, Hex flashes into mid, and Keen tries to overheat at the right time to punish Bin.
We'll be able to, we now have the rotation, so already the Drake, taken by BLG, and they're now looking to solidify their lead even more. And a lot of this comes from the fact that Knight in that mid lane is doing a great job. We already knew that the Azir is definitely gonna struggle in the 1v1. As a result, BLG gets everything they want.
Yep, the recipe for neutral objectives is mid-prio and jungle advantage, and that experience advantage still true. Meanwhile, Elk here trying to fend them off on the bottom side tower, but Pays and Lehens have their eyes on these turret plates and continue to mine gold out of them.
Pays walking away, 20 souls already. Shun taking every objective he possibly can. Genji have a bit of a gold lead. BLG just continuing to rack up these objectives.
The last game, Canyon wasn't able to have the early game impact. In the mid to late game, some of his decision making around the skirmish didn't end up working out. Another play on Chovy, but Spear won't hit. That should be the end of that. And this time around, I think particularly either to one of his side lanes or towards the ball, he's got to get some lane ahead. They need something to play for.
Yeah, the Rumble being dominant in the top side really working out for them. Remember, the Camille was picked into this. Free farming Maokai is going to be a huge problem for them, though. The Maokai is just so good into this area. It also just stops any engage. Like, basically, you know, the other issue here is that the primary engage is basically just on ult. And or a hook, but the thing is that there's a pretty big difference between a farming Nautilus with a Senna in terms of tankiness and the support. Like this is going to be not sufficient engage, and any kind of engage, whether that's like a Nidalee spear hitting, so you know you try to deny the Nidalee following up on the spear hit with the mark. I mean, Maokai R just counters like fucking everything. You know what I mean? Throw out not ult, Maokai R. Kind of bait. Nautilus was kind of bait this tournament. No, he wasn't. On was like hard winning. He was like solo winning games on Nautilus with Senna. It's crazy. In the last series that these two teams played, like Lehens also had some good like Senna not games. Nautilus very strong.
One of the big differences in the last game though is that this time Keen.
If you're gonna take Zeri, you also have to take the Nautilus, right? Like, I think you're discounting the cleverness of Genji's draft. So they first pick Senna, and the answer is take Nautilus. If they give up Nautilus, then Lehens 100% takes Nautilus, right? So they take Nautilus. And if they have Nautilus, you can't pick Zeri because Zeri gets owned by Nautilus. Especially mid and late game. She like dashes forward, then just eats a Nautilus ult and is chain CC'd to death. You know, the targeted CC is huge. But instead, Genji is smart, and they're like, but what if we just had Maokai? Like I think you're discrediting how clever some of Genji's drafts have been.
Genji. Lehens just ults to clear the wave. Sorry, excuse me, Elk. Lehens is forced to back away. Now Genji cancel the back of Bin. He's seeing if he can bait the all in there, but Pace is already here. Gonna try to pick up some souls and pick up some plates.
Another cancel there. Bin does FTP. You see immediately on, making a beeline towards the top half of the map. Same for Shun. In case of a dive, not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's really dangerous to dive the Camille because even though the ultimate is often used as this trap tool, being able to dodge a key ability with your Hextech ultimatum, you know that you have to have the respect that Bin will be able to pull it off.
Tasty STMG. Thank you very much for your tier 1 sub. Nice that Chovy finally got a big one, especially over a team this good. Yeah, I know. Even though Chovy hasn't been the main character of these matches, it's still fun.
Where Genji want to put their priority. Thus far, BLG building a pretty big lead. 300 gold for the Nidalee Hextech alternator. Knight and On moving together. BLG really feel in much more in control in this game than they did in the first two in our series.
When it comes to gold though, Genji is still doing fight again, courtesy of all the plates that they were able to pick up, both in the top side as well as in the bottom half of the map. The main thing though is going to be the fights that are going to come up for the next two objectives, the Ocean Drake and the free grubs. We'll see where Genji is going to put.
Pays has had a lot of issues with the souls. Like the last series we saw with Elk and Gumayushi, the Senna souls were much higher. There was a lot more roaming. You know, there are a lot more plays on the map, but it is hard in these lane swaps to farm Senna souls.
Keen
Just trying to clear the wave.
Excellent movement from the side of BLG.
Meanwhile, the cross map here, trying to play off Lehen's ultimate on still level 4 on the
What player is overall MSI MVP? Bin or Chovy? I think you can make pretty compelling arguments for both.
Really big there from Elk because he clears the wave. They can't get a demolish proc off, and the counter, the cross map, not going to come through.
And then the safe play. After defending that tower, keeping it upright, they back off, make sure there's not going to be a repeat dive, slip right back.
Not as a 34% win rate this tourney, Monty. That doesn't matter if it was bad teams playing him. You know, Lucian had a really bad win rate in the West. That champion obviously garbage. Hey, that doesn't mean anything.
BLG can't step into the river whatsoever, but Gen G are going to walk away without a tower.
Nautilus has been very key, especially with Senna, to drafts in the later part of this tournament.
Boosted momentum in the last game. Bring it together, clutching.
Like, yeah, Nautilus is overrated. When FlyQuest first picks him on blue side for fucking Bucio. Yeah, you're right. Nautilus blows. Nautilus doesn't blow when Lehens or On are playing him and winning the game by farming him with a Senna.
Now BLG just needs to yoink one, and Nidalee is one of the champions to do it. You can go from over the wall. He's got flash, but everybody from Gen G is here to make sure that he doesn't.
Absolute certainty.
Bucio casting. Dude, Bucio needs to catch every stray. This guy's performance in LCS playoffs and at MSI was unbelievably shameful.
It cost him a single play to do so, but not a whole lot else.
That said, played in mid is going to fall in the bot.
Unbelievably shameful.
Well, Keen kind of has to go back, but instead of sticking around, if there's going to be a lot of gold lost.
Equalizer dash. A little bit extra poke. Cleanse still there. Out cleansing a little bit late. He's still going to get hit. Lightning Crasher coming in, flashing out. But there is Lehens. 2.3k gold lead.
This Zeri looks sick, guys. This Zeri looks really sick into the Maokai. Lehens just flashes on him. Canyon's here too. Canyon did nothing, but he's here.
Coming in, Knight covering the dive. Bin is there, and what did Lehens eat this morning?
Yeah, I've heard of the Church of Chovy, but what about the Church for Lehens? This guy is absolutely popping off.
Yeah, Lehens having a great series.
Is it time, Chronicler, for the League of Lehens? Is it time? Do we have to bring it back?
I think we're watching it right now.
He's
in front of our very eyes, Dracos.
How could he not be the people's champion? He's a support. He's not supposed to have money. He goes in, he plays exclusively cat skins, Blitzcrank and Maokai, and he gets a double in the cleanse.
And he's a filthy Yumi main.
On wanted to block the
Lehens.
ultimate, so he walked onto the Rumble ultimate and burned down and tried to block it there, but they take so much damage in the layer of ultimates, and then
Lehens cat champs only.
Down on the Maokai. He was the hero of the
Thank you, Stalf, for your resubscription with Prime. Why am I hard on Faker? I don't understand what you mean.
Is a critical part of them winning their team fights.
Dude, it's the battle that I'm fighting is the battle against public perception of Faker. I love Faker.
Let it drop and let no local gold go over. But this one will
the thing about Faker is you, the plebs, are not appreciating Faker in the way he needs to be appreciated right now, and that makes me angry. Also, Faker had a bad MSI. But I have a feeling his hand's bothering him or something like that. His drop-off was weird.
Still waiting around, maybe looking for a snipe of some sort.
He's a massive brained in-game coach, not mechanically what he used to be. Like that. Yes, exactly. Also, I think Faker was the second best bid in LCK Spring. I think it was very good. It's incredible he's doing this 10 years after his debut. But you guys are like, Faker's the GOAT. Stop talking bad about him. He is perfect. It's like, can we just have a reasonable discussion? How did Bin get in that brush?
Should be able to get the turret though, so I don't think they're going to be feeling too bad about that one. Bin still waiting around, maybe looking for a snipe of some sorts.
Oh, Pays.
Pays very squishy.
Oh, are they going to look for
Taking
a flank?
Time. TP won't work.
All right, so we get in from behind here.
Pays flashes out, but now it's Canyon who's going to be sacrificed. He gets him back into the center. So much damage coming in from Bin, but now Lehens is ready to follow up. Shield back. Flash back from Canyon. On is here. Hook shot. Pays flashes out, but now it's Canyon who's going to be sacrificed. He gets him back into the center. So much damage coming in from TP won't work. They want to stick around. On is here. Hook shot. Pays flashes out, but now it's Canyon.
I mean, look at that. Where was the Camille was used earlier? That's right.
Are they going to look for a flank?
TP won't work.
I mean, I respect them trying to punish the greed here to take the turret. Good flash by Pays, though.
So much damage coming in from Bid, but now Lehens is ready to follow up. Shield back. The flash back from Canyon. It's too damn clean, but now Pays is in trouble. Pays is ready for his life. The root comes in, but it's a little bit too late. The hook shot, the wall down. Bid wants to follow. Holding on.
He's going to get out as well.
Back sweep. My God, what a play.
Oh, and Bin, because he's drawing so much attention, Elk just gets his way with the mid lane turret. Zeri skating out. And
Camille with the Trinity Force completed. Oh my goodness, Bin just chopping them down in the 2v1 there.
And what is it for BLG? They're just unfazed by going down 2-0. Pays with an absolute montage game, but the mental stays strong. A tense game 3, and now full confidence here in game 4. Lightning crash. Elk deletes the wave. Keeps stepping up. Again, Lehens the only reliable way to lock this Zeri down. Wants to keep stacking, wants to keep the alt buff active, but we'll just have to let it fade. Gen G backing off.
with that, flash invested by Canyon. Shunt not able to pick it. Oh, no, did get it actually. Nicely done there with the Nidalee. Gonna start at the Herald immediately, and this is what we're talking about. This is why Nidalee has been
so difficult. Yeah, and there was a good flash from Pays, but they go right into melee range of Bin, thinking that they've got the full advantage with Lehens here, but then Bin just 2v1s them while Lehens was going for the chase.
Wow.
An underestimation of the damage from Bin there, because if Lehens just uses his ultimate and then joins the rest of his team and peels, I think they would have been able to take him down.
And you got to check the inventories. Like, that was on completion for Trinity Force. Yeah. Trinity Force for Camille is insane because it can convert on your Q2 damage there. Huge, huge procs.
Incredible synergy. Checking in on the lane economy snapshot. Well, it is Lehens. And no one else has got a lead. Again, the Maokai is farming. He did get a double kill earlier, but that's not what you want to see.
Even if you subtract that Elk bar, he's still got 1,000 gold extra lead there for Giga Lehens.
Got to see this fight, I think, is going to be pivotal for the fate of this series. If Gen G starts stacking Infernal Drakes, if they actually get the 5v5 again, the combo, Equalizer, Maokai ult, and Senna ult, that's something they got to rely on. Also Chovy, we haven't seen him yet this game. He's going to have to come up huge. If BLG will let him, and they might look for a play towards him here.
The burden of execution, though, is so damn high. The Nidalee, the Tristana, the Zeri, the Camille.
Jovi's the king of the side lane his ears as well. Oh, it's free? It's free, just ult?
Lehens walking up, Canyon. Won't even go for the Sonic Wave. Happy to just play for mid-priority. Sapling going to give a bit of information here.
I guess I didn't know where Jin was.
The flank.
Hayes vulnerable on his lonesome. TP in. They're trying to cover the mid-wave. Now they're going to flash in. The disengage coming up for Lehens. Hextech ultimatum, and it's Knight in the back line. Trying to delete Canyon. Sidestep is good. On. Frontlining by himself, and Keen manages to get one back. It's a shutdown for Knight as Keen takes out On.
Good hair trigger TPs there coming in from Gen G.
This time around, though, they only grabbed the one. They barely took down Lehens, and it's enough for Gen G to still get the objective.
When it comes to gold, obviously a trade up for BLG. Lehens way more resources on than Ondu, but it's the stalling of that Maokai that again proves to be pivotal.
Yeah, they got the bounty off his head, but Gen G, pretty critical for Gen G to stop the dragon stacking, and they teleport in to ensure that they can guarantee this mid tower.
It is just Lehens TP. Happy to have that additional advantage. Breaking up a mid lane tower, Gen G wresting control back in this game, denying the soul stacking on the side of BLG.
I think that was critical in their timeline here, but Shun right back out to it, as Nidalee will do, trying to make them pay in some way here, counter jungling both on the blue quadrant. And here's another look at the pinch.
Oh, it's that ward. That gives them the second of opportunity, so they can very quickly coordinate, and it allows the TP to come through here. That equalizer again keeps away the backline of BLG. They can't walk up. and Genji get the fight they're looking for.
Yeah, and then this Nautilus, of course, the non-farming support, way easier to burn through, so Keen roasted him up. But Knight was critical in having his little flank positioning there on the Tristana to ensure that they actually killed Lehens after that flash. If he didn't have that opening on the side, they wouldn't get their extra gold, and right back out to the side lane turret. Demolitionist Tristana does her work.
This is such a nightmare to deal with in the side lane. Really hard to lock Knight down.
Did I see Peter Dunn's tweet after the series? No, I didn't. I haven't really looked at Twitter. I try not to look at Twitter these days, guys.
This tower is going to drop quick. Genji, do they want to try to do anything here other than buy space for Canyon to take the top lane tier 1? Tower will fall. Herald consumed. Tier 1 for tier 2.
For Genji, they did get the dragon, and they're going to be looking towards a team fighting power. Chovy, again, is building up a bounty here just off the back of his farm. Just now,
If you guys haven't noticed, I barely tweet anymore.
His impact in these fights.
And now we need to see this
Like, it's actually just lost all purpose because it suppresses exterior links. So the only thing it was ever good for me was promoting content, and it doesn't even do that anymore. So what's the point? Like, I literally have, and maybe this is a mistake, but I literally have tweeted about my MSI streams exactly 0 times. All I do is just turn it on Twitch and YouTube. And, like, I think the better promotion for it is literally just, like, the shorts and, you know, Instagram and TikTok content from my stream. I think that's the best promotion for my stream these days. And they have literally gotten, you know, millions of views since MSI started, because my TikTok and Instagram have been popping off. I've had clips on Instagram do like 400 to 500,000 views.
Also, the sustain that you have with this Maokai from his auto passive, as well as Pays, gonna be big. Genji, I don't think they have any meaningful pressure here on the Baron. BLG not gonna fall.
I really don't care anymore, man. I just really don't give a shit.
But of course, how important it is to be able to block the poke, and finally they have that beefy frontliner who can do so with.
I just want to make content and put it out there and not have to worry about social media.
Lehens looks like he's found the pick. Nice root on, caught out, and again, he doesn't have any money. He's just a squishy support. Genji, takedown on.
Might be the start sign.
Now, Lehens looks like he's found the pick. Nice root on, caught out, and again, he doesn't have any money. He's just a squishy support. Genji, takedown on.
Might be the start sign here for Genji. At the very least, you want to try and force a response. They don't have Maokai ult, though. That's a big cooldown gone. And Shun is alive.
Down right ahead of the clock. 2 items now. Lehens looks like he's found the pick. Nice root on, caught out, and again, he doesn't have any money. He's just a squishy support. Lehens so far ahead of the clock.
Yeah, the squishiness of this Nautilus. I mean, on it, it's very different to be playing the not farming Nautilus. This Maokai pick was huge, I think. Like, technically, both of these players are supports, but Lehens is 3 levels up, and he has 2 fully completed tank items, whereas On has a Blood Song and Boots too. He was trying to roam at the start of the game to get stuff done, but while he was doing that, Lehens was TPing top to collect solo waves.
They don't have Maokai ult, though. That's a big cooldown gone, and Shun is alive.
Ready to go over the wall. 10K getting lower. Genji wanting to claw their way back into this game. Keen in the fight. TP coming in from Bin. But is it too late? Forte getting lower. Shun, can he get it? Nice equalizer to dissuade the play. Genji, not certain if they want to burn it down. They don't have the info on the Italy. The Spear is going to connect. He can try and get into the pit. Chovy still tanking the Baron. Chovy getting lower and lower. But Canyon, the kick back into the wall is clutch. Bin deleted. Knight has to run, but Chovy could be in trouble. Shun hunting off to the side. On the way back in. Knight still living for far too long. But finally, Genji will find Bin deleted.
Surely this ends the game, right?
Shun hunting off to the side. On the way back in.
It's a nice double knockback from Knight's ult, but Canyon just mops him up, right? Big shutdown. On's back. He's back for another death. He's just chaining deaths together, guys. And now we just take Baron. We TP back in. It's free. We have huge damage.
The fight they were looking for, and it all starts with Lehens. He walked in, he got the pick that started it all, and take a look at this. Really good call.
Elk is very useful, guys. Zeri's very useful.
Even though it was at 3K, 2.5K here, they go straight.
Lehens is so huge.
It is the route from Lehens.
Nice job from Canyon, too.
Canyon to have the easy kill there onto Bin.
Canyon kicks him into the wall. No ability to outplay for Bin. Dies with his ultimate still up. Ideally, you want to try and use that. And we talked already about the composition of BLG. There is no front line. Elk isn't there. If you're not the one playing on the front foot, you're going to get taken out one by one.
Yeah, Lehens is uncontested.
The power of a rumble line.
He just runs straight.
And then we just chain this immediately into an Infernal Drake. Gen G's going to get 2 Infernal Drakes. They can get 4 Infernal Drakes into Infernal Souls this game. Feels amazing.
Got the Seekers. Helped down the previous fight. Gen G wearing purple. Looking confident. Gonna get first access to mid. We should start to break down these tier 2s once they group up.
We got massive scaling advantage on Gen G's side.
An incredible level of tenacity, and it's got to be that 1-2 combo of Bin and On. I think they need to find a target, but Gen G have just been grouping up continuously, and again,
Pressure you immediately. Lehens was
Here, guiding in, a fifth behind them. Keen, ready to overload. If BLG stick around.
Okay, zoning Maokai ult, zoning Equalizer. Oh, they actually buffer the Nautilus, but On's dead again.
The Nautilus ultimate.
I don't think there's a lot of counterplay. This inhib is going to
Watch
fall.
completed. Gen G.
Keen goes into bot side, clears out the wave with Flame Spitter.
Be the last stand.
Inhib down.
teleport.
Oh, they don't want to risk it, and I don't think they should.
Yep, there's walkout, empowered recalls.
In their control, though. You can tell it's so solid now.
Azir turret. Nice. Gen G just like not giving any chance to do this on the retreat. Even though they have empowered recall, they literally just put the Azir turret up, play as cautiously as possible. They respect the possibility that Bin could be flanking, even though he doesn't have TP up.
But Gen G with this kind of lead starts to get very scary.
We talked a lot about Chovy, but this series, it's felt more about Keen and Lehens. To what extent can they perform? These two players suffered historically an unprecedented thing in the LCK, where the fact that even despite finishing first the way that they did, unable to make it to finals.
Have I seen anything on the new patch? No, I haven't checked the new patch yet. I don't check patches until they hit pro play because that's the only thing that it's really relevant to me.
Down goes Canyon.
Finals, got upset twice, and now
I mean, he checks one brush. He's trying to cover the push here from Keen. I mean, they don't have Baron anymore. It doesn't actually matter that Canyon dies here.
Goes in, down.
It's whatever.
Canyon. Good pick to kick things off. No real objective to play for, but slows the push of Gen G. Lehens has to be careful. Spear doesn't hit on the Chovy.
He's going in.
Lehens stepping up. Elk doesn't have lightning crash.
I mean, Knight is on the way, too. And there's a teleport from Bin. They
Keeping
want to
from behind.
close.
Gen G caught. They lost one. BLG now ready to follow up. Pays.
see him.
Edge of Night. Bin, where does he want to go? Looking for Chovy, hoping for that priority target.
they spotted him already, and I think the Maokai ult huge there. They can't
Keen?
just chase down.
Oh, he's
towards
just hiding,
Keen.
okay.
He is trying to repeat the play that Bin pulled off against him earlier. Chovy STP.
Patience.
Keeping the heat
Lehens has
perfect.
teleport. They could double teleport. But Lehens is going to walk here.
Collapsing. Equalizer across the entire wave. Bin trying to get out, but Lehens already on the way in. Bin now knows that he
Nice
has
attempt on the punish.
Maybe he can take
Very
it.
nice. That's a really good play by Gen G.
Chovy grabbing the kill.
They basically wait till they have to clear top wave. Very good patience by Keen.
Minion with them. That cannon minion right there will turn off the extra defense.
Push forward, on waiting. Elk finally getting a bit of armor penetration again, but Gen G just continue to chip away at BLG.
More gold into the pockets of Gen G. On goes in.
Back on, caught out, Pace coming over the wall. Good damage, lightning crash used by the Zeri, but Elk's got no room to move. He's been hit by the Maokai ultimate. Canyon. Body telling him yes, but he won't follow up on Elk. Canyon happy to try and take the tier 2. Shun looking to interrupt, and Gen G just continue marching forward.
Both objectives up in about a minute. Soul point available for Gen G if they pick up this Drake. But Baron spawning at basically the same time. Gen G, they have a little map control, and crucially, that top lane inhib still down for another 2 minutes. And from this point on, the BLG composition, we saw the one way that you can make this work is find one target and blow them up in seconds. I don't think Gen G is going to try and give them another opportunity like that.
Nope. Gen G, they know. They are right in front of it. They are on the precipice of getting Chovy his first international trophy.
They go pretty close, but it just feels like Genji is in such control of this game because of the compositions. Like, BLG has a very, very difficult time playing.
Canyon burst down. Can BLG pull out another miracle here and push us to a game 5?
BLG have to respect the potential
One
of
more.
the Baron take here. 20 seconds. The Rumble and the Azir can shred through the objective. Genji getting mid-prio first. Not going to skip the fundamentals. Not going to forget what they need to do to bring this home. It's been 7 years the LCK have waited for an MSI title. T1, the last to win it. The only LCK team to win it. 7 years for Genji since they beat T1 in a world final. LCK and Genji both hungry for a new trophy.
And Chovy, ever since he started winning LCK, he hasn't stopped. But it's the addition of Keen and Canyon that was the thing that was most talked about last game. Neither of them having a great time this time around, even though Chovy has been muted. It's them that are stepping up. Chovy is soloing the Dragon.
Split across the map. BLG
doesn't
over-focused,
TP, it's kind of a
over-fixated on the Baron. Genji now backing up. Clean. Again, disciplined. They don't overcommit.
They knew. The Scryer.
2 at once here for Genji because they know BLG are committing to the split push. Ben on the tower gets teleported on.
TP. Sean, spear doesn't quite connect. Edge of Night there. Slahan starts to retreat, has the ulti. Sean just desperate to find the angle, but Paze is not afraid. Takes about half his HP, and Genji bleeding them out.
Top lane Inip about to respawn, but Genji, they got the soul point. Trying to set up a trap here, but that ward giving a lot of information.
The sapling's giving more though. Lahen's here on this Malka, just keeps moving in. The unstoppable front line. A sapling in every brush, slowly pushing BLG out of their own jungle.
Unlike last game, Lahans can just take these spears if he wants to. Hollow Radiance already done, building towards the Jack shows. When it comes to levels, he's not that high up, but just the items give him so much value. Keen building towards, I assume will be a Crypt Bloom. Chovy, 3 items done already, and he has the stopwatch. A lot of summoners available on BLG's side, but the amount of AoE/CC that's available for Genji. BLG, again, they're gonna have to find and isolate a single target who isn't ready.
And 280 carries both the 3 items. Yes, one of them is Maw for Knight, but surely the tools are there. Bin at 3 items as well to isolate these members, to pick off Genji, but they've really only been able to find 1 or 2 picks. Knight looking for one now. Pink's coming out.
Bin on 3 items here on this Camille.
All right, so 3 Infernal Drakes now.
They push out the mid wave first, then they go into the river, retake control.
It's interesting that Genji is so conflict avoidant here, but they really just want them to play into them. I think this is Genji just being super cautious.
There you go. Of the turn.
I mean, look how deliberate this is. They are trying to just like maximize the safety. Like a Azir turret every time they were a Azir turret covering their retreats. Like they are just crossing their T's, dotting their I's, everything.
Textbook League of Legends.
This is really nicely done by Genji. I think that this is like artificial tension. Oh my god, no! Okay, now the tension is real. Oh my god, it's so terrible too because the wave is pushing in. Bin now has Baron buff. Knight immediately TPs. Look at that. That's a great reaction by Knight. Look how fast he TPs. But surely we can do better than this, guys.
Gain vision control. And Shun is going to have to find the steal of a lifetime here.
Hands caught out, but not the idea.
That's outrageous. It hits 1,000 right as they come in because they're hitting it. And then he just smites it. He just gets the fastest. That's outrageous.
The steal of a lifetime here.
Hands caught out, but not the ideal target whatsoever.
He kicks him out of the pit, but that actually helps in that case. Oh my god, they lose inhib. Why is Chovy in the pit? They don't need Chovy's damage. Why are these guys not over here? Why is Maokai R not ready to stop this? Why is fucking Azir R not ready to stop this? What are we doing? Like I'm just praising their setup so well, and then what? Why does he go into pit? He's fucking his ear.
To find the steal of a lifetime here.
Hands caught out, but not the ideal target.
The R is so late. Ah!
Kicked out! Slams to the face of Genji! The rest of his base! Splitting! He gets the in-hit! BLG make the miracle happen and boosts up!
Where did Knight go? His Knight's TB was interrupted by Maokai ult, I think.
Hands caught out, but not the ideal target whatsoever.
Oh my god, it was interrupted by Maokai ult. The slow movement of the Maokai ult. Man, I wonder if they could have gotten a Nexus turret. I wonder what would have happened if Tristana got there. Yeah, why didn't Chovy ult? Why didn't Chovy ult? Like, everybody sees this, just... What is he doing? That's, like, inexcusable. You have Lee Sin R and you have Azir R. And also, Canyon could have just smited it. It was at 1,000. Whatever. The setup was so good, but the execution so bad.
Hope breathed into BLG.
And there's no kick.
No
they see him, but it's too
way, man. As he's getting kicked. That's the key thing.
The fadeaway smite as he's getting kicked.
Canyon says, here you go, take a Baron and a kick to go with it. And now Genji, the control that they were cultivating,
I mean, melted away in a single moment, a single smite from Xun.
Did I see Faker's injured again? That's speculation as far as I know.
They're here, they're ready to fight to force Genji to come meet them in this mid lane.
In games between the best players in the world, all it takes is a split second to change your destiny. Let's see if BLG can make this Baron into a victory.
And still only level 13. They've dropped a lot of waves just to make sure that no one is going to be caught out. But now BLG still a minute and a half left. Going to retake the gold lead, especially once this inner is going to fall. Genji just have to watch it happen.
Respecting the topside commit, conceding their jungle control, is on, ready to go over the wall. Knight taking a decent chunk of damage, slowing the siege down. Genji holding onto their tier 2s as long as they can. Bot lane, of course, Super's pushing in, but Keen is there to cover. Spear on to pay is a good start. Takes away the edge of Knight.
And we're going to see if BLG is able to also utilize this. The fact they got themselves the Baron, about 45 seconds left on it, but they're going to be able to get this turret, get an empowered recall in, and then set up for this crucial Drake fight. Because Genji, they thought that Infernal Drake was on its way, the soul point, but now they might have to fight a lot harder for it.
This series has been...
Yeah, well, until we hear any kind of confirmation about Faker's wrist, you know, I think it's a feasible explanation for his sudden dip in performance, but it is very weird that he would just like fall off between LCK spring playoffs and, you know, here so noticeably. I don't really see another obvious explanation.
They spot him, but very hard to lock him down.
Hard to collapse on any of these targets. Again, the mobility.
They've got Knight mid too. The Tristana will just blow up.
Genji starting. Split call. Canyon backing up. Spear not going to hit.
Are they going to let it go? They don't want to risk it.
There's too much pressure. Knight push mid. Tristana will just blow up.
Genji starting. Split call. Canyon.
Very hard
from Genji. Can Canyon take this dragon?
Bin. They spot him, but
Keen's trying to mark Bin.
Hard to collapse on any of these targets. Again, the mobility.
They've got Knight mid too. The Tristana will just blow up.
Genji starting.
The super minions are really causing problems for Genji. They can't actually go out after this. They have to protect their base first and foremost. So I guess the call here is that they just need their inhib back up. They need their inhib back up. And we'll fight for Soul.
34 minutes into the game, the goal's only 1,000 apart. It is on a knife's edge. BLG, can they bring us to match point?
And what a way it will be, Gen G, because it felt like for most of this game, they were the ones in control. They were the ones keeping it together ever since the early game. BLG had a couple of moments, but outside of that, it was all Gen G all the time. And then ever since they got the top side in it, they've been playing it slow. They were like, guys, we don't want to risk this. But you got to push a little bit against a team like BLG. If you give them time, they will find openings.
Might just take one more. 2 minutes to the next Baron. 4 till Soul for either side.
And now they're going to end up with a late game.
Yeah, I hope if it is bothering him, he can at least have a few weeks off, and hopefully that'll fix it. I mean, he did look a lot better after a few weeks off last time, so maybe it doesn't take that long.
Onto the rift. They've got the vision control. They've got the gold back.
He can also probably sit for the start of summer, and it won't matter that much, because as long as they're in good shape by playoffs, they'll have many opportunities.
Point and click knockback from Knight on, who can also lock him up. The angles for Lee Sin almost non-existent. Maybe the miracle kick. How many times have we seen it in Lee Sin games? A champion that scales with player skill. We always talk about it.
And BLG did this before, where they wait for Bin specifically to get his Guardian Angel. I think they might do it again here. Just let Bin have this money. Let him complete the GA. That item is one of the most broken single fight items in the whole game. He's gonna get it now, and then they're gonna force on it. When he completes the GA, you have seen it. He goes right into the back line, he deletes them, they take him down, he gets back up.
There it is. Crowd goes crazy. Gonna have to see the team fighting from Gen G. We've talked about it so much, but BLG might have gotten them beat. They don't have a front line though. Does make it hard for them.
Knight poking.
Oh, Elixir of Iron pop by Lance.
Spear not going to hit. Bin ready to go in. A second life acquired. A second chance in the midst of a fight. He can play as aggressive as he wants.
All right, waiting for Keen to grow up here. Man, this Soul fight's going to be crazy.
Kick connects. Bin off to the side, but Keen is going to spot him. Tower erected. Gen G ready to defend. Lehen's caught up by a brief
Hook on to Lehen's. That forces him out, Kyle. The thing is, On dying here is not the biggest deal in the world. They have plenty of damage for poke, and Bin is incredibly threatening. They had to use all their ults to secure that kill onto the support.
The healing of the Senna is going to start to add up, and Gen G have access to the Baron first. Shun has to be careful. The spear not going to hit.
They're going to try to go for it again. Last time, Shun got it. Lions got TP back in.
BLG going to try and shove mid as quickly as they can and then rotate over.
Keen waiting, sees them walking into the choke, holding off as long as he can. Massive burst damage, but he's the one.
That's such a huge Zhonya's.
Who goes golden. Lehen's now following up. Bin the GA, but it does absolutely nothing. Soldiers being sent forward by choke.
That is a massive GA, or a massive Zhonya's. Keen with a huge play there. Right? So they actually predict this. They clear vision. They clear vision. They know they're going to push up into the mid lane, so they set a vision trap here and just commit the Zhonya's immediately. Lehen's also just going to TP back. Maokai ult is nowhere near up, but they force the face check, basically. And they actually bait it out, too. They bait it out with the TP because BLG thinks they can come in on this TP. And then it's just Flame Spitter onto Bin. Oh! They finally got this area in range, though. Wow. That's so close, actually. No Maokai ult in this fight is really important. If there's a Maokai ult here, BLG gets destroyed. Oh my god, the shutdowns are so crazy too.
Versus Gen G. They come out on top. The GA not enough.
One's on his way.
On chasing.
That was great to watch.
Back is gonna find them. Finds the angle. He finds the shutdown. Bing's back home.
Jun Sonya saved the fight.
Being sent forward by Chovy. Bin on the run. Shut down.
Yeah, it did actually. It allowed BLG to reset, and he had flash so he could get back out, throw, chuck a spear at Keen, take Keen down.
Make a difference. Chovy in the middle of 5 and 9. And still alive.
Did Chovy die with Zonya's up?
Oh, Elixir of Arm.
Did Chovy use Zonya's?
Lions get TP back.
Holding Lions now following up. Bin the GA, but it does absolutely nothing. Soldiers being sent forward by Chovy. Bin on the run. Shut down coming through.
I think Chovy didn't use Zonya's. I didn't see it.
Bandit Canyon trying to make a difference. Chovy
Yeah, I think Chovy didn't use Zonya's. May still be down. It's probably still down. Did he use it in the mid fight?
still not in the fight.
Yeah, I was checking before. I didn't go back. Oh, he probably used it here. Yeah, he used it here for sure, right? Yeah, okay, it was down. It was down.
He goes golden. Pay's trying to keep his mid laner alive, but Bin is still up. The GA still
It was down.
And then rotate over.
on
Knight is still mid. He's taking into the mid lane. Elka's gonna chase them down, getting by Canyon.
the shutdown. Bing's back home for BLG.
It's so scary though, because BLG's split push with Camille and Trist and how fast they can push is so strong.
Elk refuses to lose. He demands a game 5.
All right, he delayed though, so they're gonna lose mid inhib as a result.
Hit drops. No TP. Not in time. 25 seconds.
3 seconds on Pays.
I don't think he can do anything against Nine. He has to
Tearing through the towers. Again, he breathes life into Chengdu. The
Oh, he hits the root.
but he can't finish
Ult.
the job.
Ult. Oh, he gets him. He didn't have ult up.
Life into Chengdu.
He didn't have ult up.
Wild
It's 9 seconds right here.
and pays. Denies him the satisfactors. Again, he breathes
I think Knight misplays this.
time. 25 seconds. But he can't finish though.
I think Knight misplays this.
Tearing through the towers.
He's autoing the tower,
Again, he breathes life into Chengdu.
and he takes the root.
The crowd
I think he can kill Pays.
finish the job and pays. Denies him the towers. Again, he breathes life into Chengdu. The crowd going wild, but he's come back up though.
The thing is, he ends up taking tower shots, right? Thank you very much. Happy Little Pie for your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you.
We're not done yet.
I think he kills Pays there. I think you should prioritize killing Pays.
There's no Nexus turrets though. Gen G, what are they gonna do? Wait, but
Again, he breathes life into Chengdu. The crowd going wild.
What are they doing top? Can't they get end at 3? They're trying to delay Canyon.
Through the towers.
The other two, Zeri and Nautilus can't make it into mid.
Pace is gonna come back up though. But I don't think he can do anything against Nine. He has to wait.
Through the towers. Again, he
When did he get the turret aggro?
Chengdu. The crowd
He's taking turret shots.
wild, but he can't finish the job and pays. Denies him the satisfaction.
Maybe he thought Pays had ult up because Pays gets ult up right here. Maybe he thought Pays had ult.
Pays gets back up. He saves the Nexus.
There's no Nexus turrets though. Gen G, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go for Baron or are they gonna go for Soul? And they need to keep it grounded.
Thank you for all the amazing content I watch on YouTube, but popped over here. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. I am trying my best to provide good content for you guys.
Have his teleport. They can force on the Baron. BLG, they would have to steal it. They can't fight without their Tristana. Oh.
Yeah, the bomb explosion on the tower pulled aggro.
G, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go for Baron or are they gonna go for Soul? And they need to keep it grounded. Bin can TP in.
Without the Tristana, Gen G have the advantage. Keen is back up. Keen will have his teleport. They can force on the Baron. BLG, they would have
They have to be
steal
so
it. They can't
careful
fight
about the
without
back door,
Tristana.
though. Ben has TP.
You make 2 miracles in 1 game.
They're pinging out the base. Rumble is intelligent. Keen's intelligently staying behind.
Has to cover the base. The ping's back onto the base. BLG.
Chovy chunked.
This would be so different without that really stupid Baron steal.
Elk off to the side. Ben just wants to delete at least.
They put a 0 turret up.
Keen can't overcommit. They get the TP.
Chovy CPing.
Pays now in trouble on doing everything he can to try and interrupt. Already the inhibitor drops. Bin versus 2. Bin in the clutch in game 4. Goes in for the Nexus. Desperate to try and finish the Nexus. He doesn't get it.
Wow. What a crazy ending. Why is Bin, if I'm a little surprised Bin doesn't just go for Nexus at the start. He can hit it through the Azir turret. I think he can actually just end the game. Like, I legit think he can just end the game. Because mid inhib is down, so he actually can't attack Nexus, even with his ear tower. Yeah, he also could have just gotten inhib and left. Like, this is a good situation. You force TP. There's actually nothing here that forces Bin. You can E through this. Why finish when Chovy is there? Like, you force TP, just back out. You have two inhibs, and you can play for Soul. Soul is up. He has TP as well. He could have actually just gotten out and then TP'd to River. It's hard. It is hard, guys. These situations are so rare, and it's very easy to look at this and replay it and look in hindsight, but it's very hard to make these decisions on the fly. Now Jun is on the fucking solo mission. They were trying to end the game by using Lich Bane, but they have to make sure there are no wards in their base, is the thing. They have to make sure there are no wards in their base, because this could be absolutely devastating if Bin can just TP in a minute. This was a terrible call, though. Everything else pales in comparison to how bad that call was. They can also just leave Keen in the base. He has TP.
28 seconds on Bin. The constant threat of the back door. No TP on Knight, but Bin still has...
Actually, that's interesting. They're leaving Chovy in the base because Keen has TP. So they know that they can't actually stop Bin with just one player. So they need the TP player at Baron. That's not usually how you play it, but I think this is a smart call.
Chovy standing guard, making sure that his Nexus will stand. A game 5, it looked like it was in the cards, but Gen G, just destination. If there was any doubt about whether these are the two best teams in the world, my God, this series!
The endurance of these players.
Great series, though. But we shouldn't have let Jun steal that Baron. That was dumb. Credit to BLG for finding angles to win, though, because they have been struggling.
Multiple inhibitors down on the side of Gen G, but they've got the soul and they've got the Baron buff. They just have to be worried about Bin's teleport. He can annihilate structures on this Camille.
There is one ward that hasn't been spotted by Gen G. Look towards the bottom half of the map.
On the bottom.
And they can double TP. Once Nidus is available, it makes it so hard for...
Chovy's going up bottom lane right now.
Chovy's splitting, but BLG having to fight for mid-prio.
They're going to hard force and race.
Recalls, BLG.
They don't want to risk it. Because their highway to the Nexus is open.
So crucial that they could knock down those towers, that they could break open the base, because it stopped the effectiveness of this Baron from the side of Gen G.
Just want to fight.
They got to look for wards. You have to find every single one of these wards. That Camille will annihilate your Nexus. They find the deepest one.
There's so many.
The stress, the anxiety that Gen G must be feeling in this moment, knowing that game 5 could come down to a game of hide and seek of who can clear the vision better. For BLG,
it's also, even with the soul, the fight not done. Double GA almost back up for BLG.
The recall, though, is so fast with Baron here for Gen G that they have...
Yeah, empowered recall. Huge here. All right, they do have a pink ward.
Yeah, they have the ping on it.
Hoping to bait the play. Hoping that the desperation on the side of BLG will force them into an error.
Baron expires in 1 minute. If BLG can hold on...
Shown off to the side. Ward gonna get cleared the second they realize they want to push forward in the mid lane. Canyon standing tall. GA available if he can make the
Last two games were very tense, though.
Summoners up across the board. Last fight, it was the AoE damage. Elk in particular doing so much there. And Gen G, you can see they don't want to make a mistake. They don't want this to go game 5. This match point for them means the world.
Marching in, gonna just try and delete the structure. They do so much damage for so late in the game. They have the Infernal Soul as well. They'll break open an inhibitor for free. BLG cannot find the angle to punish yet.
Baron recalls.
Double stacked super minions on bottom side. Lehens invest the Maokai ultimate to make sure that they can get their Baron recalls off, and they do.
Again, it's double TP on Tristana and Camille. If they ever get to your objectives, they're going to be gone in seconds. Gen G is going to try and slow this game down. The problem is that it becomes so hard, even with the inhibs respawned, the amount of time it's going to take Knight and Bin to take...
BLG lost this game trying to backdoor. They could have just gotten free objectives. Yeah, I mean, I like some of the plays BLG made, but you needed just to back off and go for Soul or Baron, right?
It's going to be game over.
Bin didn't have to die, probably, in that bot side. After the Chovy TP, then you have TP Edge.
The objective to follow. It'll end here for Gen G. It means a trophy. Chovy's first. So many years of disappointment erased in an instant. For BLG, it would be Knight 2 times back-to-back. Bin's third final. We know about these players, legendary, all of them in their own right. But only one of them can win this game. Pays, playing risky.
I think he actually had the sweeper. So almost there, getting the spot. The Senna though, 140 souls.
Look at this.
Level 17.
Look at the trailing split push here. They're trying to. I love these plays. They don't catch anyone, but when you have
They got their inhibitors back up, so a lot of the danger is now gone.
Someone out there as a bit of a bait and having Knight be the
They also have a pink ward for TPing back too,
that they could get
right in front of their Nexus. The Baron's down as well. We have synced spawns with Elder and Baron.
Get some defenses pulled together. On was the first one to go down in that last mid fight. Lehens trying to bully and walk up.
Oh, the control is there for Gen G. They want to try and start this Elder for Nexus. I've seen that one a bunch of times. I imagine that's what BLG is looking for, but don't forget that team fight still lethal even at this point in the game.
Every single play, every single risk has to be calculated and recalculated. So hard to just move with confidence, but it's Gen G who start the fight. Bin off to the side. What's his call? Does he want to go for the end? Does he want to stay?
He's just running.
Sprinting
mainlining
as quickly as he can. He wants to stop the recalls, but Keen is already TPing out. One member down. Gen G. Bin going in. Keen wants to deny it. The Elder down. Sprinting as quickly as he can.
I mean, I'm not sure about giving up Elder in exchange here. You actually just can't win the 4v4 because of Maokai ult. The Maokai pick is so important. And they literally see, if you look at the start of this, I mean, Knight just TPs out.
Has to be calculated as quickly as he can. He wants to stop the recalls, but Keen is already TPing out. One member down.
Like, Knight just TPs into the top side, so it's like a pretty easy call here when you have two TPs up and they have the pink ward in the middle of the base.
So hard to just move with confidence, but it's Gen G who start the fight.
Like, the pink ward is actually such a good idea right in front of the Nexus right there.
He's just running.
Sprinting as quickly as he can.
But, like, Knight just TPs out because they're like, oh, split push. But there actually is a blue trinket ward here. So they see Knight. So that's why they can immediately TP. Keen's already just piecing out. It's that pink ward is so huge. I mean, you have to kill the inhib first. It's not even close.
Completely. Keen doesn't want to face check. Bin still looking, but Keen and Chovy standing guard at the Nexus.
The last push.
This is the last hope, but there is no hope because they have to kill an inhib.
The rest of the team holding the line. 7 years the LCK has waited. 7 years Gen G has waited. A lifetime. Chovy has waited, but he and Gen G are your MSI champions.
Yay, good for Chovy. Keen built wardens too. Yeah, that's huge against the Trist.
works the rest of his team.
Oh, I'm so happy for Gen G. This is what I wanted to have happen. So happy for Chovy.
With Keen.
And my guy Keen. Most importantly, Keen.
Finally, Chovy claims his first international.
Most importantly, Keen. I'm in my own recommendations, Pog. All right, guys. Well, that was really fun. Thank you for watching along with me for MSI. This could be my last stream for a little bit. So basically, Lehen's got MVP. That is fabulous. He deserved it. So basically what's going to happen is I need to go back to Korea. I will be going back to Korea on the 23rd. So on Thursday, I have to go to my storage unit where all my earthly possessions are in Colorado and grab a bunch of stuff for cooking streams. I will bring that stuff back. I will battle jet lag and hopefully we'll get in a few cooking streams before we actually hit the summer split. When I returned, and then we'll be back doing bangers only for summer. And we'll cover, of course, the beautiful Saudi Arabian tournament, and we will cover Worlds. So I really appreciate you guys tuning in. If you haven't followed yet, please follow, subscribe to my Twitch or my YouTube channel as well. Yeah, maybe we'll do some general kind of like streams as well. I don't know. I've been playing Manor Lords. I don't know if anybody gives a shit about watching me play Manor Lords. Will I do cooking streams every day? Probably not. That's a lot. I got a lot of tech to set up for that. So anyway, thanks guys. Appreciate it. We did well. We streamed basically not every game of MSI because I had to take a day off to go do some other stuff, but basically every day of MSI. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you later.